Hello. Tap the screen, share the live. Welcome to the broadcast. It is Tuesday. Except, hey, Mandy, I'm
Hey.
just pushing the live to YouTube really quick. And let me get your pay app so I
Thank you.
do that. Give me a second to tell me if I'm covering yours or okay. Is that good or am I covering the end of yours?
I mean, it's same as my username, so people. If people want to do it, they should
No,
be able to
is it
figure it out.
covering it though? You tell
It
me.
is yeah. We were missing the NA at the end,
Okay, just tell me. I'm just gonna move it slowly, and you tell me.
so we've got the second N, just missing the A.
You must have a
There we go.
small phone. Okay, yeah, because I have my iPhone 12 up and I can see it, but I have different views. It depends on your cell phone. Okay, cool. So you can see it now. Perfect. Let's see. Are we
Mm-hmm.
on YouTube? Yes, I believe we are live on YouTube, Twitch, all of the above. Tap the screen. Hi, guys. Tap the screen. Hi, Mr. Paul. Lovely to see you. I feel so much is going on this week. If we want, before Dani gets here, I could show you guys some of the clips of the because what we want to talk about today probably primarily are three things, and then if we get to other things we can, but there's so many disturbing things going on, but probably HR7 we want to cover. I talked to you guys on Friday about HR7, let me stay on AB for a second. HR7,
Mm-hmm.
how that affects women. Then this new Mississippi bill that came out, House Bill
Yeah.
148, is absolutely disgusting. And we're going to go over that with Dr. Dani. And then I talked a little bit about this on Friday during the People's Receipts that JAMA Pediatrics, Journal of Medicine, had come out with a research letter talking. I mean, I think it's Harvard, and in conjunction with some other. Oh, Dani's here with some other people. Let me get your pay apps up. Okay, I'm going to assume this is good enough. Tell me, I'm just setting these up.
Yep, I can see that.
Okay, perfect. Oh my gosh, I know. I'm gonna cover Pete Hegseth. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Tapping is clapping. Please gift. As we all know, I mean, we'll talk about it in a second. I have so many things on my mind right now, so I'm kind of skipping all over the place. But please gift, Cash App, and Venmo is much appreciated. As we know, TikTok may be going away. A lot of your favorite creators will be losing their ability to pay their bills. And yeah, we'll talk about that in more detail.
Yeah,
But
we should definitely talk about that and how people should be, reaching out to their representatives with this new
yeah,
Hail
for
Mary
sure.
sort of extension bill that we're hoping will give us some more time. But I definitely think we need to remind everyone they should be reaching out to their representatives. I know it feels like
Yes.
a pointless effort in a lot of ways, but at this point, it's what we got. So
Yeah, well, we'll cover that
yeah.
first, but I'm just going to finish saying really quick, as far as, yes, I am tracking the Pete Hegseth confirmation hearing, which has to be, I mean, probably
So
talk
much.
about it. It's going on in real time right now. And if you want to see misogyny in action, I mean, they've hauled like 4 protesters out who just keep screaming, "You're an effing misogynist" at him. Which he probably doesn't even know what that word means. So I don't
Probably
know if
not.
we're really getting to him with that. But yeah, I will cover that tomorrow on the People's Receipts in depth. Like, I am following it in real time. It is more disgusting than even I expected it to be, which is saying a lot. Because yeah, I expected it to be gross, but man, is this particularly disgusting. And this is par for the course. This is who Donald Trump wants to tear down our government alongside him, right? I mean, the one qualification is you are totally okay with pathological lying and in some way have been credibly accused of abusing women at some point. That seems to be the main
And this is the
criteria.
guy this is the guy that we want as our defense secretary, the guy who's hiding his FBI background check, the guy who won't let all committee members view his FBI background check. This is the guy you want in charge of our military, huh?
Where we have pervasive issues with Grape and SA. And Joni Ernst, Senator Joni Ernst, one of the highest ranking women in Congress, like who served in the military. Like her claim to fame was that she did so many things to, like she passed a bill. She's the one that made it so you don't have to go to your direct report to report SA and Grape because people were being retaliated against, right? There's like a third party reporting system now. And she probably is going to vote for this guy. So, I mean, Republicans are unbelievable hypocrites. Keep tapping. Tapping is clapping. Let's try to get to at least 300,000 today.
Kind of fun. Dani will like this too. I had a friend, we're mutuals now, send me a crocheted vagina. I can't think of a better way to say it.
I was literally about to say, is that a vagina?
Like, it's got, but yeah, so this is like, this feels dirty when I do it. I love it. But like, yeah, so they sent me this little crocheted pussycat. We'll call it that. I
love that.
And I would share that with you all.
That I was going to say, like, are we all showing our Squishmallow collections? I recently got and then I was like, well, they've yet to come out with that Squishmallow.
Best Squishmallow ever.
Yeah, they've yet to come out with the anatomically. What am I saying? Sorry, my brain isn't working.
I think that would be a great Squishmallow. My daughter collects. My daughter's 18, which makes this more adorable. But she collects the Jelly Cat stuffed animals. Oh, yeah. Those are expensive, but because she loves them, then I have started to love them. So I have I'll show you. I'll stop after this so we stay on topic. But I have this ostrich that is just like my favorite thing because it's like the weirdest little stuffed animal I've ever seen. But it's just an ostrich that I'm just like, yeah, I need that $40 stuffed animal. I swear I'm always trying to heal that inner child of mine.
I sleep. For sure. If you saw my bed, it looks like a 4-year-old damaged girl. I mean, which is...
Me too!
That is my inner child.
What is with us? It's stuffed animals are so soothing. Blankets and stuffed animals.
My nieces and nephews love me because they just think I am a child. We just mail each other Squishmallows. It's pretty sad. So I totally get it. Keep tapping the felt. Exactly. See, people in the comments are right there with us. Who cares?
I should figure out how to crochet one of these.
Buying stuffed animals.
Because I do crochet.
I love the crochet ones.
Because it keeps my hands busy when I'm anxious.
I should probably start doing crochet.
I should reach out to her and see if I can commission 2 more so we can all have one.
Yeah, I'd love one. I have this is my fidget, and it's what is this? It's a rainbow dragon, and it's got tendrils, and it's got this soft, and the tail's 4 feet. I mean, it's 5 feet tall. I'm 5 feet tall, so I know how tall it is. But it's got different textures. So I literally have it on my lap all the time because I need something to fidget with, y'all. And my fidget just happens to be a crochet dragon with different textures on it for my pleasure.
Yeah.
I crocheted a uterus. My rings are fidget spinners.
Oh, nice. I crocheted a uterus, but I don't know where it is right now. I think I hid it because the dog kept trying to chew on it.
Uterus. Said no one ever.
Is your dog a man?
My dog was my dogs are girls, but they were like mom's uterus toy.
Crochet a uterus.
Why not?
What the hell does that entail? That's so funny.
Okay, now I'm going to go find it really quick.
Crocheted me kitten mittens. I love that. Are you tired of your cat stomping around? Try kitten mittens. That's one of my favorite episodes of It's Always Sunny.
It's so funny.
Yeah, we have some so funny things to talk about today.
I was just going to say, I think we have a full roundup of some of we all three were talking in our group chat and we're like, this might be the worst thing we've talked about. This might be the worst thing we talked. It was a week for a battle of what is the worst thing.
Just when you think, first of all, our group chat, I thought Mandy was talking to herself for 2 days, and then I realized I couldn't see what you were writing. That was fun.
Here it is.
Oh, she's
gosh,
cute.
You really did crochet a uterus. That is amazing. Oh my God.
Although I feel like she should look angrier at this point.
Yeah, she should have a frown. She should be pissed.
But I should try to. I don't know if I have any more yarn, but I will see what I have. Maybe I can make these for you guys.
Okay, so before we get
honestly, it's like my anxiety right now with everything happening that I'm just like, keep your hands busy. Just keep
crocheting a bunch of stuff. I believe it. Before we talk about TikTok going away and contacting representatives really quick, I just want to say right now we are live on YouTube. I just need 600 more watch hours. So fall asleep listening to my YouTube, do whatever you can, and then I can get memberships, which are the same things as subscriptions on TikTok. If we're going to be leaving, I almost am to the point where I can monetize my YouTube at least with have memberships, which are what subscribers are on TikTok. So please subscribe to my YouTube, which is A Girl Has No Name. If and when the show goes away, I'm doing a lot of research on that this week. The way I push this show to YouTube and to Twitch and to X now is through Streamlabs, or I could use OBS to do that. So, I mean, that's essentially what we'll be doing, is pushing it there and filming it through Streamlabs, which the cool thing is you guys won't be in small boxes anymore. That will be better. I'm pretty sure we can have normal size boxes when we do this through Streamlabs, but it's technical things that I need to figure out. And I'm working on figuring out so I know how to do it, hopefully seamlessly. But yeah, there's just a learning curve, but I do not intend for the broadcast to be interrupted in any way. I stayed up for 5 hours doing some research last night, so I am looking into it actively. So yeah, just follow my YouTube, and I'll put my contact information up. I put it on my profile as well. A Girl Has No Name. I posted it, my Twitch, I just joined Blue Sky, which I finally made a Blue Sky account, so you can follow me on Blue Sky. That's A Girl Has No Name. Pretty much all of my accounts are A Girl Has No Name. If you want to look for me on other platforms. Do you guys want to say where do you want to be followed? You can write in the comments.
Oh, sure. So I'm on, on everything. I have my Blue Sky account. I have my Meta accounts. Actually, I have a fairly large following over on Insta, and I hate that, but it's also one of my best options as far as reach. So you can always find me over there. I also have YouTube, which I just got over 1,000. So that was exciting. Subscribers on there. So I'm still figuring out YouTube. I'm on Red Note, but that's just a F you to our government. I'm also on Clapper, which I forgot that I was on Clapper, but it's another place that people go, I guess. So, but really the primary ones I would say focused on are Blue Sky, YouTube, and of course the photo app, which I hate that because I hate Mark Zuckerberg. I don't roll with him, but I also have a large enough following that my stuff is getting reach, and we need people to hear these messages, so I can't ignore that. Yeah, platform.
I don't think it's that. So I don't think it's wrong to direct people to his stupid platforms. We can still hate
I just
him.
wish it wasn't that one. I wish I could figure YouTube out enough. I'm working on my YouTube. I think the thing with YouTube I'm finding is that you have to you have to have a different type of video content there to capture audience's attention, I think. So I'm just kind of trying to tailor, my Instagrams are a little bit different than my TikToks as far as how I edit and then post them. And I'm just trying to figure out YouTube a little bit. And right now I'm really just trying to get all out of my old stuff over on there.
What is it though? Is it all potty mouth Pollyanna? Because
I'm so sorry.
I was
oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Just write it maybe in the comments too, so that people can.
So yeah, everything you'll find under potty mouth Pollyanna, across the board, and then usually I have Mandy Ray as my sub name or whatever, my actual name in there, but. You can find everything under Potty Mouth Pollyanna. And I have it all linked in my link tree as well as in my bio. So
type it in the comments so everyone can screenshot it, would be, because you never know with spellings. Mine is super weird. I saw somebody say that they emailed emailed. That is wrong. Messaged Felice Navidad Live for a link to the Discord and didn't get one. I'm looking right now. I'm going to open up right now. So I apologize. Anyways, Dani, where do you want people to follow you or contact you if and when all of our lives burn down on here?
So on all social media platforms, I'm in bed with Danielle. So the exact same that I am here. There's also, like Mandy was saying, there's links in the bio and the link tree as well. But I'm only on Blue Sky and Instagram. I don't do Facebook. I don't do Twitter. I just the cesspool that is, mental health. So I don't do either one of those, but I do Blue Sky and I do Instagram, and it's the exact same. And I'll put it in the chat as well, but it's in bed with Danielle.
Okay, I think the only message that wasn't opened in Felice Navidad Live for a link to the Discord, I sent it. So hopefully I did that. If anyone else is missing one, let me know.
I did accept your invite to the Discord, by the way.
Awesome. Yay, Mandy's in the Discord. Also,
I'm so bad about Discord. I joined one a couple years ago with a bunch of political creators, and it ended up being drama, so much. There was a mole and people were vigilante things. And I was like, I'm good. I don't want anything to do with that.
That does happen.
So I've been really bad about using it, but I will.
I make people message an account to get a link to try to stop weird things from happening on my Discord. But yeah, I've been researching different things, and I think especially with the broadcast and how we're always censored online. I mean, for us, if we do start pushing our live and doing it on other platforms, but we'll probably be censored less. So actually it might benefit us. But yeah, I just think there's many ways we can start utilizing Discord to reach people and have small groups and things like that. So we will.
Have either of you played with Substack? I've heard good things about that too, but.
Okay.
I know a lot of people using Substack for sure. So that's definitely another area that's an option. And I think that as the three of us have kind of discussed, the stay on TikTok is nice, but the forced sale of TikTok is very scary. So we will see where our TikTok is heading and also where our country is heading, because I think those two things will sort of mirror each other.
Okay, I just realized I have a lot of people I haven't given Discord links to. Sorry, I'm doing it right now. I am trying to do it right now because I just realized I never click. It's a long story. It has to do with my trauma of being terrorized on the internet, but I never click over into people I do not follow, which is really, that's not smart, is it? So I'm doing it right now. I'm going to go through.
I have to be in the very right headspace. Oh yeah, Neptune app is a new one.
I just panic when I do it.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I have to be in the right headspace because never fails. That's when I'll get in there and it'll be unaliving threats and things. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, no, I wasn't in the right place for this today.
I might need to get a new, I hope. How many times can you send a Discord link before you need to get a new one? I might need to get a new one. Okay, I think I've sent this one. I'm going to go through all of these. I just realized why people are saying they didn't have Discord links. I think I have 23 more to get to, and I promise you I'm going to get to them all. Again, Felice Navidad Live is the account that you send a message to get a Discord link. I'm so glad so many people have requested them. This is awesome. And that will be our community that can never go away, that no one can ever take away. I mean, hopefully. I used to think that. So yeah, definitely request a link to the Discord. I'm going to get through all of these links ASAP. Okay. But I'm not going to do it exactly right now because obviously we need to talk about things. And again, I understand the Pete Hegseth confirmation is a shit show of misogyny. I'm going to clip it and go through the whole thing tomorrow on the People's Receipts, 11 a.m. 11:30. Wait, why can't I not think? 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern time. So sorry, but I do know it's going on and it's ridiculous. Yes, definitely. I will be going through it, Brittany. Oh, sorry. I need to lock that. Okay. I want to talk about HR 7. Or Dani, do you want to talk about HR, just the details of some of HR 7? I did find a good some bullet points on it of like why it's so disturbing.
Yeah, so I'm just pulling up the resolution now. So if anyone hasn't seen HR 7, people asked us to talk about it a little bit last week, and we just didn't have it like on our agenda of things to talk about. So we said we would dive deep into it this week. So HR 7 is a resolution that has been put forward in the House federally in Congress. HR 7 is something that they have kind of tried in different ways before. It's not really anything super, super new. The way that the resolution is written is new, but they've tried to put forward HR 7 as a resolution on women's health at various times in the past. I don't even know where to begin, y'all. This is one of the worst things I have ever seen. The only thing that I've seen that is potentially worse than this is South Carolina, and they're having the unalive penalty for anybody that has an abortion. South Carolina has put forward a bill to allow for the unalive penalty for anybody that performs an abortion. That's probably the worst thing I've ever seen, but this is going to be pretty bad. So what I need everybody to understand is this will be a federal mandate. If this passes, it will not matter if you live in Washington, if you live in California. You can live in the bluest state in the nation. If this passes, this will be nationwide. And if you just read this resolution at its surface, right, which is what we know that conservatives generally do. They don't critically think through information. They just read it at its surface and take it at its word. If you just read through this at the surface, it doesn't sound horrific. There are some points in there that you might look at it and be like, what exactly is that about? But if you actually know what this is saying, it's pretty bad. So the resolution is recognizing the importance of access to comprehensive, high quality, sounds good so far, life-affirming medical care for women of all ages. Life-affirming here means anti-access. That's what this means. Life-affirming doesn't literally mean we value the life of the pregnant person or we value the life of women. It purely means pro-life rhetoric. That's all that it means. And then as you read through it, there's different points that say we recognize the importance of comprehensive, high-quality, life-affirming care. Women of all ages should have this care, compassionate. Again, they repeat life-affirming care. And then it says, whereas the healthcare of women should emphasize the whole woman, including her physical, mental, and spiritual wellness. That becomes important. And again, maybe that sounds decent on the surface. Maybe you're like, yeah, that's a component of a person. Sure, okay. The next one is where we start to really fall apart. Healthcare for women should address the needs of men, families, and communities. But notice how men comes first. Healthcare for women should address the needs of men.
Ever. I was trying to find this part where it says that, and then this was a nice article being written about it, and then it's like it's not even rude, but it's like it doesn't say what that means or how they're going to address the needs of men. It's the most disturbing shit ever. Imagine them trying to shove down our throats that there is a bill that's for women, for women's healthcare, and then writing in it, oh, this is about women's healthcare should absolutely address the needs of men, and never say how.
Like, can you imagine if it was a bill saying that men's healthcare should address the needs of women? Like, can you imagine how people would lose, like, men would lose their fucking minds? I mean, it would never happen, but like...
And I'll tell you, because we can dig into that, how this is going to address the healthcare needs of men. Because if you continue to go down, right? So after that one where it says healthcare for women should address the needs of men, it says that, the next one says that healthcare access should include social services. Sure, can agree with that. Right under that, it starts talking about pro-women's healthcare centers. Whereas every pro-women's healthcare center, certified clinic, this, and this, right?
I have the actual pamphlets put out by Andy Biggs on this.
Yay!
I found them. Yep. Just take screenshots of this. This is the most disturbing shit you will ever see in your life.
And the thing is, to the untrained or the unassuming eye, you hear pro women's healthcare centers, you don't realize that that's an actual entity, because that's the thing where I had friends who were like, I just thought they meant like women's healthcare. Like I didn't realize like they were that. I'm like, no, this is an actual like entity who is like, well, we'll get into what they are, but like people were so surprised to hear that. And I was like, yeah, that like it's written so insidiously that you wouldn't catch that if you didn't know.
That's critical thinking, right? You have to critically think about the stuff that's on the page. So these are called PWHCs. They, again, not a new thing. They're a Republican invention. They're something that Republicans have really been pushing out there. Something that may become very dangerous is that you will not be allowed to be reimbursed by Medicaid or Medicare. So remember, if you've watched the show for a while, you've heard me say multiple times, the number one payer of women's health care, and particularly of maternity and prenatal care in the United States, is Medicaid. The number one payer is Medicaid. If Republicans have their way, the only place that Medicaid or Medicare recipients will be able to go are to these pro-women health centers. And anybody that is not a pro-women's health center will not be able to get Medicaid reimbursement. If you can't get Medicaid reimbursement, you likely will have to close, because Medicaid is the number one funder of women's health care. So if you as a clinic no longer take Medicaid, you likely will have to close. Right? So I was screenshotting this stuff and highlighting stuff left and right in our group chat earlier this week, or I guess it was late last week, wasn't it? So what Felice has up here are these pro-women's health centers. This is what it says. Provides comprehensive care for the mind, body, and spirit. Okay. It should be convenient, compassionate, high quality. It very specifically says in here, it should include well women care, maternity care, fertility care, and education. They will not offer any pregnancy termination care whatsoever. When it comes to that, the only thing they will offer is post-AB healing. That's it. Counseling, in case you had one, right? They offer AB reversal medication, the AB reversal pill. This is not a real thing. I cannot overstate this enough. That is not real. It is not FDA approved. It is not medically backed. It is not evidence-based. No clinician out there is handing out AB reversal pills. The only places doing this kind of stuff are these anti-AB centers that are out there, these crisis pregnancy centers. They're the ones pushing AB pill reversal. AB pill reversal is dangerous. It is not healthy. It is not evidence-based. You should not ever take an AB reversal pill. It is very dangerous. You will have to offer it if you want to provide Medicaid services, if you are a women's healthcare center. Not only that, but you will not be able to get any sterilization whatsoever. No one ever will be able to get sterilization. However, they will offer sterilization reversal. If you have already gotten sterilized, they will offer sterilization reversal. On top of that, the only contraceptive care that you will be allowed is a fertility awareness method. That's it. Tracking your cycle. Under fertility awareness-based methods of family planning, it specifically says, fertility awareness is a fundamental tenet, a necessary component of these centers. Empowering women, which this is ridiculous, just so we're clear. Empowering women to understand her body's natural fertility is empowering and effective family planning with no damage to her health or relationships by artificial contraception. You will not be able to get any contraception at all.
It says
no contraception, no sterilization. Go ahead.
No, it just says abortion is not women's health care because of the damage it causes to women's physical and emotional health and the destruction of unborn life, many of whom are females. Thank you for that. Abortion is usually something women turn to when they feel they do not have another choice. This is a tragedy and the opposite of choice and empowerment. Pro-women's healthcare centers provide the possibility for women to receive the medical and comprehensive care they need in order to feel motherhood or adoption is plausible for them.
And the next sentence, so important. Under life-affirming medicine, once again, we see men come first. We believe that life-affirming centers value the lives of men, women, and families, not simply unborn lives. Men come first. Valuing the lives of men come first. Under this, right? Under women's healthcare should take in the needs of men. What this means is you will not be able to get care without your husband's permission. Back in the day, this used to be very common, y'all. Very common. 50s, 40s, 30s. The doctor would ask your husband in childbirth, do you want me to prioritize the life of your wife or the life of your child? And the husband got to choose which life got prioritized. That's what we're going to go back to. It used to be very common if you knew that you were going to have a complicated birth or the birth got complicated to ask the husbands whose life was to be prioritized. You will not be able to get a C-section.
If you're going to give birth. Right here. This is
don't be married.
To be married if you're going to have a child, right? Because I mean, how many old movies have you seen? I'm like an Anglophile, so I love watching movies from like, the 16, like about like Henry VIII and things of that nature. And that is what they would say. They come in and they're like, hey, we probably, one of the other's going to die. Who would you like us to try to save?
Yep, that's what we're going back to. And when it comes to receiving medication or treatment during your pregnancy, during your birth, during any care that has to do with your fertility, you will have to have a man's input. You will have to have your husband's input because healthcare should address the needs of men.
Women's healthcare, that takes us back to the bodies. Husband stitch. You know what I mean? Like the...
Well, yeah, explain what it is because not everyone does. And then Dani, I was going to say, like, I don't even think people understand what the reversal pill or whatever, is. So you should talk more about that specifically, what it even is. But yeah, tell them what it is. Disgusting.
I'm looking for because Mandy was like, here's my vulva. Now I'm like, where's mine? Because I could hold it up. So the husband stitch is, again, not medically backed, not evidence-based. The amount of women I have seen in clinically that have had to go back and have surgery again because sex is excruciatingly painful for them. So what doctors, trigger warning, y'all. What doctors used to do and is still done, it's not common, but I need you to know that it's medical abuse. If it happens to you, you should sue. Period. Hands down. What they do is after giving birth, if you had a tear of any kind, right? There's different degrees of tear. 1st degree tear, 2nd degree tear, 3rd degree tear. So you can have a tear, right? And we used to do episiotomies. Those generally are not done anymore, right? In general medical practice, best practices is not to do a preventative episiotomy. Used to do it back in the day. Now there's really no medical need for it. Very, very rarely will they do an episiotomy. But if you do tear, which is not uncommon, if you do tear during birth, they have to stitch that up. It used to be common to add in 1 to 3 extra stitches called the husband stitch. And what they said was, well, that makes you tighter for your husband. So notice how it's not about you. It's not about your body.
For his pleasure.
Your body only exists for his pleasure. Now, the problem with that is that it only stitches up the vaginal opening, right? Your actual vagina, the outside is, I'm going to get in trouble here. The actual outside is called the vulva. The muscular tube, your vagina is a collapsed muscular tube. It is a muscular tube. Your muscles get stronger with use, don't they? your muscles don't just collapse, right? That's why we have pelvic floor PT and stuff like that in case you need to strengthen your muscles. Your collapsed muscular tube on the inside is not affected at all. It's like an accordion. There's something that's called vaginal tenting. Usually it's short and collapsed. When you get aroused, it expands and opens and elongates, right? That's why if you try to have intercourse before you're fully aroused, you can feel the cervical bump sometimes. And people are like, oh, that kind of hurts a little bit. Well, your cervix hasn't moved up and out of the way, right? Now with deep penetration, it can still happen no matter what. But that's not changing the muscular tube on the inside. It's not making you any tighter at all. So the only thing it does is create intense pain with intercourse for women because it makes the opening smaller. There was nothing wrong with your opening to begin with. It doesn't improve tightness. It doesn't improve sexual function at all. And in fact, causes a lot of issues with vaginismus and vulvodynia later in life. So this is something that could be returning because of the spread of misinformation and because now healthcare for women has to value the needs of men, right?
I just heard someone say this on a reality show. It's the most, truly, and these are educated, well-off women talking about the husband stitch. I believe it was actually, I don't even want to say it. I think it was an actual doctor saying this I've
heard it before.
Yeah. I mean, in what world? And how do you not know? How does it not occur to you that, okay, if there's an extra stitch because I tore, but that the vagina is a tube, how does that help anything else?
So this is your vulva, right? I'm going to put it in here. Here's your vaginal opening. They stitched this shut, right? This is your opening. This tube right here represents the V, the vagina. Notice how this is a collapsible muscular tube, right? This is a collapsible muscular tube that usually sits kind of accordion style like this. And then as you get aroused or when you're giving birth, it kind of opens, this dilates, it elongates, right? Your cervical opening dilates. Instead, they're not sewing shut the vagina. They're showing shut this opening right here. Well, this is your actual vagina. If you wanted to make something tighter, you would have to sew that shut. What they're sewing shut is this. So they end up closing this part. So then every time you have intercourse, it rips, it tears, it opens, it's bleeding, it can be painful, right? It's not supposed to be that way. And not only that, but we push whole humans out of there, y'all. If you think that your little bitty stick is going to make any kind of a difference, it is made to go back to the state that it was in originally, right? But with the husband stitch, they close up the vaginal opening. It can cause issues with intercourse for the rest of your life. I've had women that have come and been like, I have had horrifically painful intercourse since having my child. They did not know that they got a husband stitch. And open up that now scarred up and healed tissue so that they can regain regular function again.
Yeah, but Danielle, then your husband gets to feel like a man when it hurts you, to have intercourse. Isn't that what we want? I mean, then men get to feel important for a second and big. Isn't that the point of it? Causing us pain to make men feel like men. Isn't that literally what the patriarchy is about?
And I just want to say, if you are in the birthing room and you just pushed a human out of you and your male partner even jokes about it, get him out of the room, break up with him. This is not if he is so emotionally unintelligent, so unempathetic, so self-centered that he makes a joke about it in that moment and that relationship, it's not going to get any better.
It's really not. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing so I don't cry. But you think about that. You've literally almost been torn into pieces to birth a human. And then men, doctors and men are like, hey, I'm worried about myself in this moment. Like,
what about me? Excuse me?
I'm
what about
watching someone's body like be ripped open and another human come out and then bleed out and we don't even know if she's gonna make it yet, but I'm really thinking about me right now.
Right. And let's be clear, guys, if that is where your thought goes, my thought goes to just how small are you?
Right.
Because to Danielle's point, like it goes back, like we just push a child out. Like the whole point is that it will return to its normal glory naturally. And you're so small that you need it to be you need to surgically like harm your partner. Like, it's the same dudes, though, who will talk about someone's body count as though a woman is stretched out. I'm like, dude, there's no difference between 50 one-night stands and one person 50 times. It all is the same. You're just tiny, and you're going to need to get over that.
Yeah, but they think the vagina is a memory foam mattress, Mandy.
Well, they also don't know how many our fault. It's got to be.
They don't know how many holes there are either.
Just because they were born with like a micro pee that could give no one pleasure, that is somehow a woman's fault. Like, haven't you guys heard that yet? That's not their fault. That evolution has led to them not being able to please a woman. That's our fault. That's because we are SLUTSs. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they say.
And that's what these pro women centers, y'all, they will be the number one provider of women's health care. And you will not be able to get any treatment without your husband signing off on it, because any treatment that could potentially affect your fertility affects the needs of men.
Is what they are trying to put in legislation. And like, read this spirituality. Like, they can't outright say this. Like, how offensive is this to women? HR 7, if you just read it, it's like, oh, Andy Biggs, who by the way is from Arizona, from Mesa, Arizona, one of the grossest of the grossest in the Free Dumb Caucus in Congress, like, that revived this bill. I think it was first introduced in 2023. It says pro-women's healthcare centers acknowledge the importance of spirituality in overall health. Hey, no, I don't want to hear about spirituality. Like, bring in licensed professionals to save my life. I don't like this is.
And I think it's.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
No, that's it. I was just going to ramble on.
On the left, like if you go a little bit to the left there also, I think it's really interesting how they call this, they say approach abortion-minded and vulnerable women. They're calling women abortion-minded.
That's us hoes. That's for us.
I know.
That's for us that want bodily autonomy. That's us ladies.
I'm not gonna lie, I now want a shirt that just says abortion-minded.
I know. We literally were like, we need to make that some merch.
They're like, I'm abortion-minded.
We need to be keeping track of these things. Like, there was something last week. I know my uterine eviction
T-shirts is what we need.
Yes, my uterine eviction kit one. Abortion-minded.
Wandering uterus was the
Wandering uterus.
Wandering uterus. That's what it was.
Down. Where's my notebook?
And I think that, so they kind of have it right, where it's none of your business to address this. But when it comes to abortion-minded women, it says it's important that staff and all volunteers of PWHC meet these women where they are with compassion and do not immediately address, they will eventually, and do not immediately address a woman's religion or sexual behavior. They will be addressing your religious beliefs and your sexual behavior. They will be using religion in these pro-women centers to put you down, to shame you into your place, right? But they won't immediately address it.
Bury the lead is what they're saying. Don't
bury the lead.
Don't bury the lead at all costs. Like, make them feel welcome before you start the S-shaming. Like
can we abortion-minded women just like go and stand outside of these places
non-idiots
and scream and shit like the evangelicals do outside of Planned Parenthood places? Like, abortions now, but like we need to make up some chants wearing our abortion-minded women t-shirts. This is insanity. Like, the amount of times that I've gagged hearing all of this is like, no. Stop. We do not want to live in Gilead. What is wrong with people? I am disgusted. I am perturbed. I am appalled. I am annoyed. And I am irritated at the fact that all these people in the comments are not tapping as much as I want them to be tapping.
Yes, we need to get to 100K. Tap, tap, tap. Tap like your life depends upon it. Well, for us women, it does.
It does. Like, we're super happy to have y'all here. As usual, y'all know that the broadcast is the show during the week that's usually the least pushed out. So we need to help get more people in here because all this information is super phenomenal. Mandy, you look gorgeous. Glad you're feeling better.
Thank you,
Dr. Dani, you look stunning. The eyeshadow is on fleek. Face is beat down, honey. Love you. Thank you for being here. Of course, Felice, you always have that glow, and the top knot is top knotting. Everybody in the chat, love y'all. Get those fingers to tapping, please.
Tapping, everyone.
You're annoyed. Screen. We know that Hegseth is doing all the bullshit over there as well. We're mad about all of it. Take your frustration out on the screen. If you see a poll in the upper left-hand corner, that's a little blue and white notebook. Make sure that you click on it and tap on one of those options. It helps TikTok know that we're paying attention. And we love the TikTok shop, right? I had phenomenal perfume off the TikTok shop. It smells just like the Sol de Janeiro, but that's a whole different story. You see the pay links below? In bed with Danielle, Potty Mouth Pollyanna, and PM Pollyanna. Send a couple coins to our good girls. You also see Felice's up top. Send a couple coins to her as well. If you haven't subscribed, do that. I know you're not tapping enough, so definitely do that. A lot of us forget to send our heart me's. Get those done as well. Let's get these shares up. There's only 178. That means everybody shared it like once. Share the shit out of this live, thanks, and keep tapping.
The best, Joanna. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And follow us on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. All the replays for the broadcast are on YouTube. And I said this before, but I'm going to keep saying it. I'm just 600 watch hours away from being able to have memberships and for us to monetize it in some way, which if TikTok goes away, then that will be where we are and where we'll be doing the show from. So it will become even more important. So if you can, the more you can watch replays on YouTube, the more it is appreciated. Fall asleep to them. Thank you, willy-nilly, for sharing the live. Okay.
And someone in the chat really quick said, like, well, what if you're not married, right? What if you don't have a husband? So first of all, you won't be getting reproductive health care, right? The only health care, you can't get contraception. So you're not going to need your husband or your dad's permission to get contraception. You won't be able to get it. You won't be able to get sterilized. You won't need your husband or your father's permission to get sterilized. You just won't be able to access it, period. In terms of any other care, it's going to be the baby's father, right? So I've had to have cervical biopsies before. That's something that in theory wouldn't affect my fertility. So I wouldn't necessarily need anyone's permission for it. If I wanted to have, for example, an endometrial ablation, because I have endometriosis and I tend to have really, really heavy bleeding on my period. If I wanted to have an ablation, I probably wouldn't be allowed to have it. Because healthcare for women prioritizes the needs of men, and getting an ablation, we can't guarantee that you're ever going to be able to get pregnant again, right? You have to assume that you won't be able to get pregnant. That affects your fertility. You just won't be able to get it, right? So if you have ovarian cysts, if you have endometriosis, if you have any other condition that needs hormonal contraception, you just won't be able to get it. If you are pregnant, it will be the father of the child that gets to make those decisions. And it doesn't matter if he's abusive. It doesn't matter if you were SA'd, because the healthcare for women has to prioritize the needs of men as well. And you will not be able to get an AB for the cases of SA, right? If this comes down, they want there to be no access whatsoever. That's something that I assume that is going to be like slowly chipped away at, right? But the man who impregnated you will be able to have the say, not you.
So, why is Trump talking? It's Trump saying dumb stuff. That, like, Whenever someone follows me or subscribes, that's Trump saying something dumb. That's what that is. Sorry, you had to hear his voice. I thought this part was also interesting when it says immediate and comprehensive strategies, because Mandy always says, which I love when she says, and like I said, I see the world in patterns. Like, I'm probably high functioning autistic, and the world just looks like this network of connections to me. And that's how I see this. Like, when it says immediate and comprehensive strategies, centers in the consortium believe that there are both short-term and long-term solutions to the societal problem of AB. Both crisis intervention and crisis prevention are important. Pro-women policies, none of these are pro-women policies, and actions should happen at local and national levels. And when I think about what does that mean, right? Like, how are the, what I come upon, like, I was just reading the most horrifying school voucher article, like, about what's going on in Ohio and how they now, have opened up. School vouchers are really meant for and primarily going to religious schools. And that's the younger, as someone who went to a private Christian evangelical school, the younger that you get people hearing this type of rhetoric that AB is not healthcare, it's schmurder or whatever the case may be, right? That this is when they say short-term and long-term solutions. If everyone is getting some kind of scary religious homeschooling or religious schooling, it's a lot easier for this stuff to make sense if you're not being given access to education around healthcare.
And what's the number one, like, as we're integrating this, thanks y'all, as we're integrating this into school stuff, right? What's the number one type? There's 3 types of sex ed in the US, right? Comprehensive sex education, which is fully comprehensive, right? It is recognized as fully comprehensive. Then we have abstinence plus, which teaches you abstinence only, but also teaches you about STIs and contraception. Then we have abstinence only. Abstinence is the most popular type of sex ed given in the United States and has actually been shown to be harmful, right? Have bad outcomes. Well, we've all heard men compare women to objects, right? They're like, well, if you don't want to drive around a used car that everyone's driven, have you? Why do you think in our culture it is so common for men to compare women to objects? Because that's what they were taught in sex ed. Abstinence only sex ed literally has something that we call object lessons. That's when you learn in sex ed that as a woman, you're a beautiful rose. And if you let people pluck off all these roses, all these rose petals, you're just a dead stem and no man wants that. You're a chewed up piece of gum. Nobody wants a chewed up piece of gum or those cups where you like spit into the cups, right? Because we literally teach children from the ages of like 10, 11, 12 that women are like objects. We include objectification lessons in our sex ed. And then men grow up and say silly things like women are a car, or if you leave a bank vault open and someone goes in there and steals it, that's your own fault. So it's your own fault if you get SA'd. That's why this is so common. So the more this stuff gets taught in school, the more it's taught about how women's only value is this and abortion isn't healthcare. This is what people will grow up believing and perpetuating.
Absolutely. I feel so guilty about even saying this out loud. But like when I worked in advertising, one of my verticals I worked in was the automotive industry. And one of the most successful ad campaigns of all time was this ad for Porsche that basically said, people have been here before, but do you care? And it was like this very, very attractive woman from behind, the ad was implying she was an escort, but she was so beautiful that who cares if somebody had had sex with her before? And the ad was for used Porsches. And this was one of the most, because men related to that so intensely, like it made perfect sense to them that like, oh, some women, even though they're used, are so beautiful that I don't care. Yeah, that makes sense. And that applies to luxury cars. Like, I mean, and it was such a successful advertising campaign. Like, I would use it as examples because I'd never seen engagement that high on an advertising campaign. Like, I mean, so it's funny that you mentioned that because that is legitimately something that was going on in the advertising industry while I worked in it. And one of the reasons I feel so guilty about the things going on in the advertising industry. Yeah, women. And I always talk about I read a Harvard study that I always talk about where men were shown pictures of, they were like, had all these things on their head and they were mapping their like brain activity and showing them pictures of women they did not know. And when they showed men pictures of women they did not know, the part of their brain that would activate was the part where it's like, oh, that's an object, that's a thing. And then when they would start showing the same men pictures of familial relations, like their mothers, their cousins, their sisters, then it would register like, oh, that's me. That's something similar to who I am, right? Because men do not see women as anything but objects. And that's what this is about. We are vessels to give birth to their children. We should not have a say. We can't be trusted with a say over our own bodies or bodily autonomy, right? And sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to piggyback off that because I think people need to also think about like in a woman's life cycle, right? Like, so there's this, what this ends up doing also, it reinforces the idea that women have an expiration date. So it reinforces that once you are no longer fertile, once you can no longer be that vessel, you're again an object to be replaced. It's why we see women who are those trad wives, those, and there's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home wife or a stay-at-home mother. I have zero issue with that. If you can financially in this economy do it, girl, get it. But it's why we see these women who often will sacrifice their education or their career or their experience in the world to cater to a man. And then we know the story. We see it time and again. She hits a certain point in her life. She starts to become less, she's more disillusioned. She's like, this is, wait, what about me? Why, I have nothing. Or even out of nowhere, he suddenly is like, you know what? She doesn't have the youth and the beauty anymore, or because I never saw her as a human. I saw her as something to acquire, to have on my side. She was just another object to show my wealth and my abilities. And now I'm going to replace her for someone young. And she's left with nothing and no idea what to do in the world. And we live in a country, especially a country, but in the world where you as a woman being in a more mature age without any experience behind you will find it that much harder to make it in the world because you're already not valued. And as someone who has had a hysterectomy, who gets called old on this app all the time as though it's an insult, I constantly I constantly speak out on women not having an expiration date, because if you only see your value as being someone who can provide a uterus to grow life, newsflash, honey, that factory doesn't stay open forever. And I see women a lot, I will see young women a lot talking about, oh, well, that's what our job is. That's what we're for. Okay, so what are you saying about you then when you're no longer able to do that? Or what if you're someone who was never capable of that? Or what if, that's the reality when you put women in this objectified scenario, when women are just an object, they are to be replaced. It is nothing different than an appliance in your home at that point. And because men will see it that way, and perhaps never love you in the way that is familial and appropriate, they also won't have an issue replacing you. And then what do you have? Like, if you need to look for those trad wives who have been left, who have made videos being like, don't do it. Just don't. Because it's heartbreaking.
Right. I agree with what you're saying. And I think I also see another thing. Like, I always hear, when I hear Charlie Kirk, who's allegedly going to run for the mayor of Arizona to torment all women in Arizona like myself for all time. Like, and you hear him saying those things like, women in their 30s are useless, or single women in their 30s are useless and they're washed up and they have their cats. But the older I get, the more I started to realize, like, oh, that's not, I mean, I think they believe it, but what I more think it is that when I was very young, like when I was in my early 20s, I was very damaged and I didn't have a lot of information and I was an easy mark, right? Like I was just easily manipulated and easily used at that age. And every year that goes by, women it's a lot harder to manipulate us, a lot harder to use us, a lot harder to get us to shut up and not exercise our rights or, exercise rights over our bodily autonomy. And that annoys most men. Like, I think it's very intimidating. Like, and don't get me wrong, when I was 21, I was still smarter than 90% of men. Like, better operating mostly hormonally, in my opinion. Like, there's very few of them who are thinking. Like, so yeah, I'm not saying that I think men, I just think, so I think older men are looking to men are looking to target naive women a lot of times.
Absolutely.
And every year that goes by, every minute that goes by, right? Like I was already not that naive because of the horrific childhood I had, but like every minute that went by, it became harder to manipulate me. I would say by the time I was 25, I was on the list of like, oh, she's just angry and old. No, I'm just not an idiot. Like you're not able to use me however you want any longer.
Right. I'm also so tired of men because I got that a lot this week in several comments. Like, you're just angry. You're just angry. And like, even in the moment, if I'm not, right? Because they'll project that onto you no matter what. Oh, you're just angry. First of all, men get to be angry all the time. Men get to hurt people.
Their only emotion is anger. Literally,
and
their
it's fine.
Only emotion is anger. They're infants. They're little babies screaming for attention, but it's wrong. Women should be quiet, right? Keep sweet. Don't say how you feel. Don't.
But women's anger.
Don't be mad you're losing your rights to your body. Just smile.
Well, that's even the study that like some of the conservative women were referencing, that liberal women are the most unhappy. And well, first of all, that wasn't an actual study. It was a far right novelist 10 years ago who put it in a book. But even so, it's because we're aware. We're aware of what's happening. Right. We're intelligent enough to understand it. And yeah, we're going to be unhappy about that because it's impacting our lives and the lives of those we care about. It's even upset about it because it's impacting the same conservative women who try to come for us. Like, I don't like you, but I'm still going to fight so that you don't have to go through that. Like, I'm not going to take you out for coffee, but like, I'm still going to fight on your behalf. And it makes sense that we'd be angry. But again, anything that they see as combative in any way is anger and is emotion and is dramatic and is us being bitter and old and washed up. And it's like, no, it's us being educated and you don't like it. You don't like that you feel ick when we talk because you don't have a good argument. So you're just going to just call us old and washed up and unwanted. I love the men who immediately jump to, nobody would ever want you anyway. I'm like, oh, honey, let me show you my DMs. You and everyone couldn't be more wrong.
I know.
Like,
they're the same people begging you.
I could walk out my door and spit. Go ahead, Felice.
Yeah, no, they're the same people crawling to you on their knees, begging you to touch them. Like, it's ridiculous. You all know you want us.
I could literally go sit. I live in a beach town. I could go sit at one of the beach bars right now, spit, and hit 5 men that would come home with me. Are you kidding me?
I've seen you Dani, I've met you in person. You could get 5 women too. Like, come on.
I would much prefer.
Women are a challenge. Women are a challenge. Like, that's different.
Yeah, men's attention is cheap. Men's attention is cheap, and it's not a compliment. They will sleep with anybody. But like, if I'm at a bar and the bartender is hot and I'm like, ma'am, would you like to come home with me? And she's like, I think you're beautiful. I'm like, thank you. Right? Because like, it means something.
Mm-hmm. Means something.
And I'm probably going to have an orgasm.
Truth. Or it's like, I haven't had sex with a man in years. And like, men take that now as like a challenge. It's like, no, it's because I despise all of you. Like, you're not even getting it. Like, I am attracted to men, but I despise you because you will not like educate yourselves to get the point. And then they take that as like, I'm going to be the person that has sex with her. It's like, it's the delusions. Hey, whatever happens, don't read a book. Like, whatever you guys have to tell yourself to avoid ever reading a book or recognizing. Yeah, like men are intimidated by educated women in their 30s. That's what I see. I'm intimidated by educated women in our 30s too. I meet people that are as smart as me and it scares me. So I can only imagine what it must be for idiots.
My favorite is the men that immediately have no idea, like, because I'm 45, so they're always taken aback when they try to say things to me, and I like my favorite compliment or like insults are like when they're like millennial women or well, technically I'm like a zennial, but women in their 30s are just so, I'm like, bless your heart. I'm not in my, but that's great. I'm glad you can't even tell that I'm older than that, but you're using that as an insult to me because it's one of my favorites. Because I'm just like,
yeah, men also have no idea what women in their 30s and 40s look like. They have no idea.
I can't. Oh my God, that is such a true statement. Like one of my friends who I won't even say, but is a huge leftist creator on this app who people would probably be disgusted if they knew the comments he made behind the scenes. But he once said, like, I would never be with a woman who's older than 30. And I was like, well, that's really weird because you will not stop hitting on me. Like, so, like, how old do you think I am? Like,
right.
It's delusional. Right. Like, these people, they don't know. They have no idea how old women are. Like, it's so delusional. Like, it's absolutely nuts. And if you just listen when men talk, like, they really have these crazy ideas. No, it is not, Jay. I will not. I will say a lot of things. I have a lot of things I could say about Jay, and what is not that is it's not that.
That's not the one.
It's someone even worse. It's someone you would even suspect less.
I also think it's really interesting, like, so as someone that works in the field of like clinical sexuality, right? And like, I would love to hear from the women in the comments, pop off, please do. But another problem is because of our abstinence only education system, right? Young women are generally socialized, and men too. Women are socialized to believe that sex is something you give and men take. Sex isn't about your pleasure or for your pleasure. It's mostly for him. And then women hit like 25, 26, 27. They're sick of pleasure from, or at the end of it, they feel like they just performed sex for a man. So then women hit 25, 26, 27, and they're like, I'm not dating a man that doesn't go down on me anymore. I'm not doing that. Guys. Or they're like, I'm not having sex that only centers his pleasure and does nothing for me. And then I hear men say, I don't want to date women over 30. And then they often say like, well, they're too high maintenance. Ma'am, come home. I'll go down on you for hours. Should actually benefit me too. This isn't fair. I've been having mediocre sex and I'm not willing to have it anymore. And then men go, wait. I have to do something for you. You're not just going to perform the thing for me. Oh, I'm going to go back to those 22-year-olds that are just going to do everything for my pleasure. Like, no, we're done with that.
Yeah, it benefits them that you don't have experience because you don't know what you want. It's so much easier to manipulate and convince you that this is what it's supposed to be. And that's where the minute a woman starts to advocate for herself and have that agency, all of a sudden now she's disagreeable, she's argumentative, she's angry, she's bitter. No, I just want to get off, dude. Like I deserve that too. Like it's already nature's, fucking joke that you are the only one that has to in order for me to get pregnant.
Like that is part what you just said. Like, no, what I was taught in school as someone that went to deeply evangelical religious school is like, no, I'm not supposed to be having sex for pleasure. Women aren't, right? And it takes a long time for women to understand that that's not the case, right? Like, I was taught, no. I didn't even, like, when Dani was giving the definition of like what the different types of sex ed, do you want to know what happened at my school? This is not a joke. Our sex ed was, we had a weekly chapel, and one time these people came and we didn't know who they were. And I guess they had called our parents previously. And what basically we were told is that women, you know, or girls, we were like 12 years old. They're like, you are in a relationship with Jesus Christ. That is your husband until you find a real husband. They're like, we have contracts for you to sign and wedding rings. I'm not kidding around. They had rings. Our parents had purchased us rings. And basically it was like, you're in a relationship with Jesus Christ until you meet your husband, and you guys are going to sign these literal written contracts. We could not
Did it have a Pizza Hut coupon?
No,
mine had a Pizza Hut coupon on the other side.
I would have loved that. Mine did not. What? So you got to go to Pizza Hut? I'm pissed.
I got a free personal pan pizza on the other side.
So it was like Book It, but for church.
I love Book It. That's how I ate. That's how I ate as a poor child. Don't bring up Book It. Not a personal pan pizza. That's how I ate, was reading books as a child.
We all need to just get together and find one of the last remaining Pizza Huts, because I think most of them are delivery only anymore, and like just go get personal pan pizzas and be like, enjoy that.
Imagine being a girl who had already been raped as a child. They're like, you're only special because of this. You're special because of your virginity.
Can I just say, I was not besmirching Book It. I absolutely love Book It. I was making fun of the church. I was like, so it was like Book It, but the church version. Like, I want to be clear. I loved Book It.
Book It is the most amazing thing.
Lovely memories.
Remember the T-shirts? I had so many T-shirts.
Maybe that's how we could get men to read now. Do you think we could get men to read if we offered them free personal pants?
No.
I
don't. But we could try.
Steph, I just wanted to make sure nobody thought I was speaking ill of Book It, because that's
literally, as a poor kid, how I ate.
Like, yes, me too.
Would be like, did you read enough books so you could go?
Like, my parents, we didn't have money to go to eat, but when we had those Book It coupons, we sure as hell did. We went and got our free personal pan pizzas.
Amen. We were just talking about that. Like, do you remember when Pizza Hut was like, had a buffet inside? I'm like, yeah, but I never got that. I just had my Book It stuff, and I got my personal pan pizza.
Yep, that's what my purity pledge had, a coupon for one personal pan pizza on the other side, and they would stamp it.
I would have probably signed faster. I was pissed. I was 12, and I was like, this seems really messed up. And literally, we had rings, and everyone was wearing them every day. Like, thank God I was like angry and smart. Well, I had horrible experiences that let me know, like, hey, not a lot of this is making sense to me. Like, they're like, this is what you need to know about sex. It cannot happen. You have a husband now. His name's Jesus Christ. You're going to sign this certificate of marriage to Jesus. And then when Jesus finds you a husband, then, you know, your husband will let you know what to do after that.
I was brought up in the Lutheran church. So like, I didn't have the purity stuff. In and above like what we were taught, sort of like in the church, more like in a informal manner. And I chose to be part of that church until I was in college. Like, I went and worked at summer camps, and then I think I always had my doubts. Because my parents, luckily for me, my parents didn't push that, right? So like, but also my parents didn't teach me about healthy relationships. I had two alcoholic parents who were in a very bad, like, their marriage up until I was in college was really, really bad. And then my dad had a horrific drunk driving accident that left him paraplegic, and was sober every day since after that. And until he passed a few years ago, I was able to rebuild that relationship, which is a gift that doesn't happen to a lot of people in their lives. But to say that I did not have a healthy upbringing in the sense that I didn't understand what it was to not want to desperately keep the peace desperately please everybody. I'm absolutely the oldest child of alcoholics. There's no question. And I'm still working through it. But because of that, the amount of unhealthy sexual relationships I had, because I was constantly trying to keep other people happy. And that meant that my partners, I didn't understand when I was being coerced. I didn't understand, if I was tired or exhausted and didn't want to, but that he wanted to, and I didn't want to listen to him complain, and I didn't want to listen to him bitch about it. So, okay, that's fine. We can do it. And it chipped away at me for years. I went years and years without having an orgasm. Years. And once I kind of started to figure out, you know what, I can take care of myself. And but those weren't things taught to us, because that's
way to figure it out.
Do that. You're who does it's also as I get into perimenopause, the amount of the lack of information for women regarding perimenopause and menopause is obscene. And it's heartbreaking, because again, it's that expiration date that we don't talk about it because now I'm not young and virile anymore or whatever. The amount of things that I'm am I crazy, or does my sweat smell like onions? And it took another perimenopausal woman to be no, that's legit. But again, it's the same thing. We're not allowed to know these things. We're not taught these things. Nobody makes it comfortable. You're laughing, but I'm telling you, perimenopausal sweat is the weirdest smell.
It is. It's a common thing.
Mandy was saying, I'm laughing because Mandy was saying, weren't you telling us 3 weeks ago that actually perimenopause starts in early 30s?
In our group chat,
no, I think I already know this. That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
No,
I was just teasing you because the smiley
tell everyone,
we're
probably all in perimenopause. We're all in perimenopause right now.
So we used to, and still even now, you'll see a lot of stuff that say perimenopause starts in your early to mid 40s, right? Well, what we're just now finding out, because remember, in the past 10 years, we've had thousands of studies on erectile dysfunction. We've had less than 300 on menstruation, perimenopause, and menopause. We study men's issues exponentially more than women's. So we are just now finding out that the spectrum for perimenopause is actually much larger. We actually think that women start veering into perimenopause maybe in their mid 30s, right? 34 to 37, you start to have perimenopause symptoms. But then you'll go to your doctor and they'll say your hormones are normal. Everything's normal, right? You'll get told your hormones are normal through your 40s, right? But what we need to see is a trending of hormones. I want to know how your hormones have changed over time. I want to know what they looked like when you were 27, when you were 32, when you were 34, when you were 36, right? I want to know what they look like over time, because women are getting things like itchy ears. Oh my God, my ears are so itchy. I feel like I have to dig in my ears and they're itchy in there. What the hell is that? Perimenopause. My sweat is starting to smell differently, and I'm actually sweating more than I used to. I never used to be a big sweater, and now I sweat and it kind of stinks. Perimenopause. I have brain fog. Now I have brain fog in my mid 30s, at 34, 35, and I swear I can't think. Perimenopause, right? So we actually think that perimenopause is a much longer process, right? It's not like a flip of a switch. We actually think it's a gradual process that you move into. And remember, you haven't hit menopause until you haven't had a menstrual cycle for 1 full year, right? So if you haven't had a menstrual cycle for 8 months and then you have one, you're still in perimenopause. Well, notice how that's a gradual decrease, not like a shutoff valve. Right? So we have all of these women with all of these symptoms in their mid to late 30s, and the doctors are like, you're fine. There's nothing wrong with you. You're in perimenopause.
And just the cost, because I know there's a lot of people saying here you can't get tested. So I was very lucky because I had to have a hysterectomy due to my endometriosis and endomyosis, or however you say the second one. And so I had a full hysterectomy when my ablation didn't work, and full except with one, they left one ovary with hopes that it would help ease me into menopause, right? But it kind of gave up fairly quickly. So, I mean, I'm diagnosed technically as in perimenopause, but I'm definitely swiftly into menopause because obviously having hysterectomy all those years ago now, I haven't had a cycle in forever. So my body's just, that ovary just gave up. But I had to go through a women's online option and spend serious money to get on hormone replacement therapy, because insurance also doesn't recognize it as a disorder in the sense that it doesn't always cover a lot of it. So like for me, yeah, I got the labs with my doctor, but it was more of a, we'll just monitor. And I was like, no, I have the sweat that smells weird. I have the insomnia, the brain fog, and it does make your ADHD worse. So like my ADHD symptoms just have been so insane that I'm like, I can't accomplish anything. And I get so panicked when it's like, I have all these things I need to do. And then I sit in paralysis for hours. And so like, I was like, this isn't working for me. And luckily finding social media has actually been really great because I can use that at my own schedule, which works really well with my ADHD. However, as we look down the barrel of whatever's about to come, like the anxiety that I feel about having to navigate while in this state of menopause, while in this state of like ADHD, not knowing what's going to happen, like these things just make it worse. It makes it that much harder for women to function. And to your point, there's just not enough fucking information about it. And when I tell you that hearing a woman say the onion sweat, like refer to it as onion sweat, and the way that my brain went, oh my God, thank you, because I thought I was losing my freaking mind. Because when you say that, people are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm telling you, it is. And there are good soaps. Somebody said they use Lume, or Lumi, or however you say it. I can't. I had an allergic reaction to that, but I use like a really good quality soap that just helps with it. But like, I'm a person who has a weird thing about smelling bad. So when that started, the crazy making that was for me. And nobody could explain it to me, like, because there's just not enough. And again, it all comes into this whole women, like, we're not taught about sex. We're not taught about healthy relationships. We're not taught about self, gratification. We're warded against doing that. How dare you? Your body is for your man. Well, we're taught, and then we're taught that our body's to give birth, but then we're also not taught like, hey, you know what? Menopause and perimenopause are totally normal, and you're not expiring despite what men want you to believe. Like, oh, I could go on about this for hours. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm just ranting.
Let's get to 100K. Tapping is clapping. No, I think it's important we do talk about it. And thank you, Joyce, for the $5. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, I
would recommend people find a doctor that is very well versed in perimenopause and menopause and is willing to do a hormone panel. Often functional medicine doctors. I absolutely love functional medicine doctors. They usually are not covered by insurance, but you might be able to get some covered. The reason I love them is because they take a multi-systems approach and they look at your lab changes trending over time. Their entire job is to take a multi-systems approach. I've had more luck with functional medicine doctors than I have with anyone else trying to look at what's going on with someone's hormones and perimenopause and stuff like that. And the other thing I will say, something I'm hearing a lot of, and this is old research, I have had so many people go to their OBGYNs and stuff, and they have said, well, we can't give you testosterone because you're still menstruating, and it's not indicated in people that are still menstruating. That is old data. That is not true. We have studies now that say that having a low dose of testosterone can actually mitigate a lot of perimenopause symptoms for people. Well, why don't we want to give testosterone? Because it scares the crap out of people because fertility and things like that, right? So it's really old data. Even the doctors that mean well, they probably aren't educated well on menopause. They probably had one class one time in medical school. The vast majority of medical schools, y'all, about 80% of medical schools only provide about 4 hours of education on sexual health. That ain't a lot, right? So, and as far as we're talking about like menopause and perimenopause, they get about 2 hours on that in their entirety of their medical education. Now, if they go on and they become an OBGYN or something like that, that's a very specific specialty, right? I've obviously got a lot more education on menopause and perimenopause because my very specific specialty is clinical sexuality. So like you can get additional, but your general family practice doctor, your GP, they probably only had about 4 hours of education on this.
Yeah, that is so true. Just assume people don't know. And I have taken and I woke up and then I had to familiarize myself with like Medicaid and like how to navigate that system. I would just say like there are doctors out there who, if they don't, like, I would take medical studies to my doctors and be like, hey, like, I found this, like, have you considered this? Like, you know, do you think about this? And actually, like, I coined the phrase to my doctors, who some hated it, and I stopped seeing them. And some, like, to this day, like, my neurologist is like my friend, and we play like basketball together. But like I said to him, I'm like, he's like, God, you keep sending me all these studies. And I'm like, yeah, I'm the CEO of my own health. And like, it has occurred to me that like what's available to me, because right now I'm on Medicaid, is not, you know, like, I need to make sure I'm taking care of myself. So I'm doing reading. Like, I was having, because I had come out of a coma, they were putting me on anticonvulsants. I was having insane reactions to some of the medication. And I was finding these obscure studies, which were proof, like I couldn't control my eyelids anymore. And he's like, that's not a symptom of this medication. And I found like a study from Europe that's like, yes, it is for women who, you know what I mean, like, actually like are premenopausal or postmenopausal, like, it is a symptom, you know? And so like, that's what I recommend, is like, challenge doctors. If you suffered through medical school, you probably are interested in learning, you know? And I think a lot of doctors do like patients who care about their own health care, you know, like, advocate for yourself, ask questions, like, push back. And if you find one of those doctors that doesn't like that, then they are not for you.
Yeah. And if you have a doctor, like someone in the comments said, I brought in my own research and my doctor got mad. They're reacting to their own insufficiency. They're reacting to their own ego of being like, oh, well, I'm not the one that knows everything. I can't possibly know everything. There are so many studies. There are so many nuances that I can't possibly know everything. So if someone brings in a study to a session and they're like, hey, what do you think about this study? I'm like, super cool. I haven't seen it. Let's look at it together. Let's review it. Let's critically think through this, right? Let's weigh, is this a good resource? Is it not? This is why I think it is. This is why I think we might need to be skeptical, right? And we're both going to learn something, and it might move you forward. But in order to do that, you got to set your ego aside.
Yeah. I knew I had a good doctor when she put me on spirulactin for as a diuretic, essentially, for my menieres, because it also is an anti-inflammatory, and it can help with estrogen levels. Like, this was early perimenopause, trying to figure out the best course for a few different things, right? Now, spirulactin is very common. It's used, I think, for acne. It's a very common medication. I started it, and within about a week, I noticed like every joint in my body hurt to the point I couldn't stand up. Like, it was like, and I didn't put it together because we had been playing with so many medications that I had to like really sit down and think of when did it start? What did I start? What was going on? And I suffered with it because when you Googled it, it was not listed as a possible outcome. It was not listed as a side effect. It was an anti-inflammatory. I should not be in more pain. Finally, I'd had enough after about 2-3 weeks of this. Like, I couldn't sleep at night. My knees especially were really bad. I messaged my doctor and I'm like, there's nothing else new that could be contributing that I'm aware of. Like, it's not like I was exercising, whatever, like, you know. And she got back to me. She's like, well, let's try half a dose and see how you are, you know. And so we did that, and I was still having all this pain. And I was so embarrassed because I'm like, there's no indication that this should be happening. What's probably in my head, she goes, just because it's not a regular symptom doesn't mean it can't be a symptom for you. She goes, let's go off it and see what happens. And the pain ended. It stopped. I haven't had it since. And she noted it in my chart is like, that's just not an option for her. And she goes, the thing with medicine is, even if it's not in a study or if it's not a known really big, you know, side effect, everybody's body chemistry is different and how everyone responds to things is going to be different. And she was like, I felt so heard, and we found a medicine that didn't cause that. But the pain I experienced on that was like, you couldn't touch me. Like, it was like this pins and needles. I described it really graphic. Like, it feels like the muscles are detaching from the bone. Like, it's so bad. And I was in tears.
Your nervous system is attacking your body. Yeah.
Yeah. No. You feel crazy because everything says this shouldn't be happening. And yet here it is. But I knew I had the right doctor because she listened, responded, took action, and like validated me when I said,
like a middle-aged man who was like, I went to medical school 40 years ago, so I know everything. And I have not done any research in the recent years about what has come out. Yeah. I think my education from 50 years ago should be good enough.
Right? Yeah, no, this doctor was my doctor for years. Then she left the clinic and had a non compete. And then when she finally came back and was able to open her own clinic, I literally was like, I don't care if you're in network or not. I will find a way to pay you. I have had too many bad doctors in the 2 years that I haven't had you. And so luckily she was in network, but I was like, cause I just, when you find a doctor who hears you and listens and actually takes your health seriously, it's a gift. And you know, so that's when I knew I felt validated, because that is the thing, as women, we're so often not validated or heard when we go to the doctor. It's, oh, lose some weight, or, oh, you're too young to be in menopause, or that's not a side effect of that medication. It's got to be something else. Like those things will they will deflate you, and you will not want to go to the doctor.
And as you were saying, like, you know, I was having all of these side effects, and my doctor was like, that's not a side effect. Spiro's an old medication, y'all. It's an old medication. It was approved maybe in the 70s or something like that. When were women forced to be included in medical research? 1993. So if you're a woman and you're like, I'm having weird side effects to this medication, go back and see when that medication was FDA approved. Go back and take a look at that and see if they've ever actually done any studies on this medication on female bodies and how many have been done. Now, I will fully say that they have done some studies with Spiro on female bodies, right? Because that medication has been around for so long. And I think as recently as 1999, they went back for further FDA approval for different issues, right? Like the medication was FDA approved for XYZ, and we want it to be approved for AB. So as recently as 1999, it did get reapproval for other stuff, right? But this is an old medication, which means the bulk of the research body that we have on it, on how it's going to affect your system and stuff like that, mostly occurred on men.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, again, I feel even now, like, because I've never met anyone else who had that experience. I feel like I'm crazy. Like, what was I making it up? But you don't, like, it wasn't made up. And I know that. And I know the pain I was in, and I know the pain stopped when I went off it. And that's not a coincidence. But we're so conditioned to not trust ourselves and not listen to ourselves and not, like, I like patterns too. And my ADHD does well when I can be like, when did this start and what changed? Like, what happened? And that was the only thing. All things, you know, considered equal, that was the simplest solution, and it fixed it. But it took a lot for me to even say anything, because I'm doing my research. Why is this happening? And it's like, well, it's an anti-inflammatory. That shouldn't happen. I'm like, but it is. I don't know why, but it's happening. So, you know, like, yeah. And it's crazy because, like, that, even as I'm saying it out loud, I hear like that conditioning not to trust yourself.
Yeah. Back to being the CEO of your own healthcare and your own health. I love that real bad. Like, I have a friend now who's going through perimenopause, and like, that's the weirdest symptom. That she was like, my ears itch all the time. Like, I want to yank them out. Like, literally. I have my best friend, who I've been friends with since I was like 14, has had the itchiest ears since we were like 20. So now, thank you so much, Dr. Dani, because now I have to call her and be like, hey, bitch, maybe you should go get a hormone panel done.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about.
Can I ask a question about the itchy ears? Are we talking about, because I have like really bad sinus and like allergy, ear, nose, and throat problems. Are we talking about inside your ears? Are we talking about
inside your ears? Yeah, like people will be like, I want to dig into my fucking ear. It's driving me nuts. Now, allergies can cause that too, right? Yeah. Allergies can cause you to have itchy ears too. So it is something to be aware of. But itchy ears, perimenopause, anytime I have a woman come in and they're like, you know, in their 30s, and they're like, oh my God, these itchy ears, and I ask them about allergies and it's not allergy time, or they're like, nope, my allergies aren't flared up in any other way. I'm like, I think I know what this is.
And is it true that, like, that's one of the things where a low dose testosterone has proven to be pretty helpful? Because I've known other people who that was the thing that changed that for them, was the itchiness was bad, and they added that to their already HRT, and it helped it a lot. So, like, it's a matter of
that and brain fog. Yeah, the brain fog and fatigue as well. Those are the two other things that I hear a lot of people. Those are the main symptoms that I hear kind of cleared, not totally for some people, but can get a lot better with a low dose testosterone. And a lot of doctors are just have this blanket where they're like, nope, if you're still menstruating, we can't. That's just not true anymore, right?
Yeah, because that's the one of my HRT I'm not on yet, but it's one that I've been like considering because of some of the brain fog and the, enhanced ADHD symptoms and things because of it. And I just have to reach out to my clinician and be like, hey, could we, because it's part of the package I have for my HRT. So it's like, it's not going to cost me anymore. It's just a matter of being like, let's pull the trigger on it and do it. So it might be interesting for me to have that conversation.
Yeah, gender affirming care works great, guys.
Yeah, gender affirming care works amazing. It's too bad. It's like all you have to do if you're a man is be like, Joe Rogan said that he felt better after he got some testosterone gel. So can I have some? Like literally, that's how easy it is for men. And women, it's much harder to get any sort of hormone treatment. It's ridiculous.
We don't need it.
They can get it online.
All we need is men. We're hysterical. We have no pain. We have no problems. It's all in our heads. We have no idea what we're talking about. We're dumb. Yeah, we're just hormonal women. We're unstable creatures, right? I hate it here. I also hate the fact that we just cracked 105,000. I don't know what the fuck y'all are doing down here, but it's not tapping. Get to tapping. I love being sweet to y'all, but y'all know I will turn up. Get to tapping. We should have been well over 200K at this point, and we're barely cracking 100. Tap, share. Also get these shares up. We're at 400 now. Congratulations, but not really because we could have been higher than that as well. Get those up to 500-600. Get these likes up. All this phenomenal information. I just learned something super new that I can go tell my BFF like, hey, bruh, maybe the reason that you had unprotected sex this whole time and never had a pregnancy scare and have had itchy ears since we were 20 is because there's something going on with your hormones, and you should probably go get that checked to make sure everything is fine since you still want to have kids. So much phenomenal information. And even if it wasn't for the information, we get to look at these three gorgeous ladies like, can we at least tap for that, please? Thanks. Also, if you haven't followed everybody, follow everybody. If you haven't sent your heart me's, send your heart me's. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, where yes, some people have asked in the comments, will this be on YouTube later? First of all, it's on YouTube now. I have it on my TV while I'm listening to this live on my phone. Go back and watch it. Everything is on YouTube at A Girl Has No Name. The People's Receipts and the broadcast episodes can be found there. I fall asleep to them all the time when I'm cleaning, as I'm doing since the beginning of the year. I have it playing in the background. Lastly, if you haven't sent a little coinage here or there and you want to do that as well. Mandy's links are beside her. Danielle's link is beside her. Felice's are at the top. The little blue and white notebook that you keep seeing off and on in the left-hand corner, that's a poll that helps us get pushed out. It helps get more people in. And the questions and answers are always funny. I enjoy them. I'm sure you will too, because you enjoy being here. Since you do enjoy being here, take the poll when you see them and be an active participant in the chat. Still love you big, but get it the fuck together. Thanks.
You're the best, Joanna. Love you. Mean it. Should we talk about this Mississippi bill really quick before, because it's so gross. I think we should.
Yeah, let's do it.
What's it? House Bill 148. If you're in Mississippi and you are a woman, I'm so sorry. Well, if you're in the South, period.
Yeah.
I screenshotted this. Do you want to talk about it, Dani? Because I know you're the one that brought it to my attention.
So it's called the STOP Act. It's a new Mississippi bill that they just introduced. And STOP stands for Safeguarding Teens from Out-of-State Procedures, specifically out-of-state AB procedures. And so what this does is it gives the punishment of 20 years to life for anybody that aids and abets someone under the age of 18 in getting an AB. inside the state or out of the state, to be fair. And that includes absolutely anything. It includes if you let them stay in your house, if you provide them lodging or shelter, if you provide them a ride within the state of Mississippi or outside the state, if you give them money in any way for the procedure, if you help them at all, you could be facing 20 years to life in prison.
I mean, quite literally. And I love this. Like, when you read this, section 2, and this is what you see more and more as they're getting better. And I don't want to say better and better. I mean, it's the legislation being brought gets scarier and scarier. They start acting like they're protecting women from ourselves, right? Like, we don't need the health care that we need because why? The medical, emotional, and psychological consequences of abortion are often serious and can be lasting. I keep seeing this phrase more and more. Women aren't smart enough to make decisions about their own body. And by the way, right, like even when you have a necessary procedure, there can be lasting medical, emotional, and psychological effects from that procedure. That doesn't mean it wasn't necessary. It wasn't the best thing for your body, right? And for your ongoing health. There can be lasting effects from any medical procedure. But this is basically saying, like, and it says particularly, I don't know if you saw that, particularly when the patient is young or immature.
Yeah, I like to remind everyone real quick in 2023, because I was like, let me just see what the most recent numbers are. We don't have the numbers for 2024 yet. But according to the American Society of Plastic Surgeons, 2,754 teenagers had breast implants in 2023 alone. 2,754. That is a not necessary medical procedure. That is an elective, completely elective medical procedure, right? I don't hear them complaining about that. I don't hear anyone popping off about the medical, emotional issues that might come from making that big decision ahead of time, do I?
You never hear someone saying, hey, you're going to have to replace those every 5 to 10 years. Like, you're never going to be the same again once you make that decision. Like, yeah, you never hear there are lasting effects from elective surgery, but that's fine because that's for men's viewing pleasure. So for some reason, women should bear those consequences, right? No one's trying to ban breast implants. That's a great point. God.
And as if an unplanned pregnancy or any pregnancy also doesn't have medical, emotional, and psychological long-term impacts. Wild.
And I thought one of the disturbing things about this bill is like that they're literally saying during part of it, like, hey, we recognize that some of this is probably going to be deemed as unconstitutional. So I want to make sure I get the words right, like what it says. This, here it is. So the legislature, I want to make sure I have it right. Yeah. The intent, it can be split off. It's saying a lot of these different sections of this bill might be deemed unconstitutional. So they could all just be dropped off one by one if deemed so. And then the rest of the bill will stand.
I think that
severable. That's the language, severable. It is the intent of the legislature that every provision of this act operate with equal force and is severable one from the other. If a provision of this act is held invalid or unenforceable by a court of competent jurisdiction, that provision must be deemed severable and the remaining provisions of this act deemed fully enforceable. And I was like talking to a lawyer about this. One of my friends, she's amazing. She works at the Attorney General's office in Arizona. And she was saying, yes, this is the new language around abortion law so that they have to challenge each piece one by one. So if you knock off one part of this bill, don't worry, the rest of it is still legal, tender. Applicable. You have to one by one, you have to attack each piece of this as unconstitutional.
And we once again see in Section 5, we see the terms affirmative defense. It will be an affirmative defense. We've seen this in other AB laws as well. We've seen it, I think, gosh, it was someone in the South. I think it was Louisiana or Alabama who had that. Or no, it was Tennessee. It was Tennessee that said, you're guilty until proven innocent. That's what affirmative defense means. It means that you are assumed to be guilty, and the only affirmative defense will be this, and this. And the only affirmative defense that you have in this bill is to say the parents knew about it. Now, there are going to be people that are like, well, the minors shouldn't be getting healthcare without their parental consent. There are abusive parents. There are controlling parents. There are parents who are getting their children pregnant. This is not wholly uncommon, y'all. I've seen it several times in my career, and I've been practicing for about 10 years now. I have seen it several times, right? So that's one thing. Another thing is we do allow minors to access healthcare without their parental consent. We allow minors to access mental health care without their parents' consent, so they can get therapy, so they can get care for things like anxiety, depression, serious mental health issues that their parents may not support them in, or maybe they don't want their parents to access their mental health and therapy records. We also allow minors to get substance abuse treatment without their parental consent. Why do we allow those two things? And it varies by state, right? In places like Washington, you have privacy in your mental health and substance abuse care at the age of 13. In some other states, it's 16. Why do we do that? Because the benefit outweighs the risk. The benefit of allowing minors to access these needed healthcare services without letting their parents know, the benefits of keeping them alive, getting them therapy, getting them substance abuse care, outweighs the risk of them accessing that care without parental knowledge. They still have to have fully informed consent. A provider still has to sit with them and tell them all about the risks and all the other things, right? Everything else remains the same. They're not getting subpar care. They're not coming into this completely blind, right? It's still informed consent. Everything else applies. It's just that also privacy applies. And they can access these healthcare pieces, right? Mental health care, reproductive health care without their parents' consent. Same thing in some states where you can access birth control services or other reproductive health services without your parents' consent, because we have recognized the benefits of giving teens access to that care far outweighs the risk. And in this case, they're removing that.
I mean, I can just give examples. I was a teacher where I was always approached by middle school girls with issues like this, which this is not something I can advise people on as a teacher. And similarly, as a child who, like I said, was given that type of sex ed care where it's just like, hey, you're married to Jesus until you find a husband, and like anything else you're not allowed to talk about. Like when I moved to South America, I would go and I would, advocate for people who needed ABs. What is happening here? At a young age, I would advocate for women who needed ABs, because the consequence, if you come from a highly religious family and you need medical care of types where, you're deemed like that you're not supposed to have it, is you can be severely punished or you can lose your life, right? And that's what I dealt with in South America, where young girls who were pregnant or having sex and needed some type of medical care or advice on medical care or birth control could not get it any other way, and feared if their parents found out the situation they were in, that they were not going to be physically okay any longer. So, I mean, should we provide people medical care, or should we provide children who can make decisions on their own and know what they need for their bodies and keep them healthy and safe? Or should we subject them to whatever could happen inside their family unit? You tell me. This is what this law is saying. It's saying parents know what's best for their children. Like, that's the first part of it. That's what it's saying. Like, basically, the only defense is that parents know what's going on. Parents know what's best for their children. They have to know everything happening with their child, or it's a crime.
And I think it's so interesting too. And this is a minor thing, but y'all, it does fucking grate on me. It says here, this act may not be construed to subject a minor girl to, civil liability or prosecution. Multiple times in here, they say a minor girl, a minor girl. How often do you see news articles where a pastor has essayed a young girl, a minor, and the news puts young woman does this, young woman did that, young woman, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, y'all, the snoring is my 230-pound dog. I'm really sorry. He snores like a man. So they say all of this stuff like woman, woman, woman. When it suits them, a minor is a woman who is fully responsible for her actions. But when it doesn't suit them, she's a minor girl completely incapable of making any life-altering decision.
Yep, she wanted it. I am one of these girls, little girls, who was essayed by someone that worked at a church. And when I tried to tell my parents, when I tried to tell other people, that is basically the gist of it. Like, you must have been doing something wrong. You knew what you were doing. I mean, if you knew how young I was, that would make you sick that someone would imply that. But that is what happened to me. Like, you wanted it. You knew what you were doing. Something the demons out of you, little girl. That's exactly what I was told. But in this bill, for all intents and purposes, anyone under 18 is a little baby child who doesn't have a brain and can't make any decisions on their own.
Yeah, it suits their narrative, right? If you are the one that was essayed, you're a woman, you were using your feminine wiles, you knew exactly what you were doing, you brought it on yourself, you seduced him, right? It's just like I heard that pastor say, like, oh, these young women that are outside in miniskirts. And he was literally talking about children in the church, right? When it suits your narrative, 11-year-olds are grown adult women that are trying to seduce you. When it doesn't suit your narrative, they're a minor girl who can't possibly make a good decision.
Yeah.
Little girls can't help when they hit puberty. Or, I mean, I was prepubescent, so you could go do that math, but I was asking for it. My shorts were too short or something, it must have been something I was doing, signaling to an adult man that I wanted to be SA'd, but then I'm not allowed to make other decisions for my body. Make it make sense. Am I an adult or not? Was I asking for it or not? If I'm asking for it, can I make a decision about what happens next?
Yup. But no, you can't.
Oh. Gross.
So for those in Mississippi, and just to be clear, AB is illegal in Mississippi, right? It's already illegal in Mississippi. It's already completely illegal throughout the state. So this is purely stopping people from leaving the state. That is the goal of this legislation. And it says here, it is not an affirmative defense that the clinic was located out of state.
Exactly. I mean, this is like, imagine, so not just states' rights, but like this is this state's right to stop you from going to any other state where those states have rights and seeking health care. This is a nightmare. I want to make sure we get to this because I think this is so important. And I know, like, Dani, you and I are both like very passionate about this. I touched on this on Friday on the People's Receipts at the end of the day. We were talking about, like, I had never seen this study before. I think it was Chris Hayes' show on MSNBC where I first saw this study. Actually, I think I put the clip in. I might have put the clip in here. And I can play it. Yeah. Oopsies. Sorry, it's on me.
Peer-reviewed study we've got a new peer-reviewed study, looked at more than 5 million health insurance claims by adolescents. As one study organizer told NPR this week, there were less than 1,000 youth that accessed puberty blockers and less than 2,000 that ever had access to hormones. In other words, less than 0.1% of teenagers with private insurance in the U.S. are transgender and receive gender-related medicine. Here's what is true. There are far fewer transgender Americans than the far right wants you to think there are. They want you to think the numbers are inflated because they need the fuel of real, actual human beings to be fed into the engine of their cynical culture wars. The more Republicans obscure that truth, the more damage they do to a deeper truth. No matter their numbers, every transgender person is as worthy as anyone else of dignity and respect and equal rights under the law.
So we can go back into this now, but I just wanted to play that clip because that is how I discovered this study, which don't get me started. I love a study. Dani, did you look over
Love a study.
Love it.
Yeah. So I think this goes right in line, by the way, with, I can't remember his name, but the gentleman that, testified in front of Congress on the NCAA and athletes, right? Like college athletes playing. And they asked him, how many athletes do you have? And he was 15. Like, I can't remember the number. Yeah, 10 to 15. It was less than 1%. Far less than 1%. And the people in Congress were sitting there and they were like, so 500,000 athletes. And you're telling me 10 to 15 people? And he's like, yeah, in the entirety of the United States, right? They purposely have to start this as a thing to keep people enraged. That's all this is. This is rage bait. This whole making a trans issue or all these people are becoming trans. It's just rage bait. Because it's not an issue. And we're spending all of this time and all of this money on this stuff for 0.1%, 1/10 of 1%.
Literally 1/10 of 1%. And like I said, the distraction is the point, right? While we fight each other, an oligarchy is forming and they are robbing us blind. And the point is, hey, everyone, we have one transgender congressperson who might go in a bathroom, even though she has her own bathroom, and none of this is necessary to talk about. So let's spend hours screaming about this, right? We have literally, I think it's 12. It's it might just be 10 athletes, but we decided on 10 to 15 on Friday because none of us could remember the exact number. I was a Division I athlete. People always ask me, why doesn't it bother you that men would be playing in women's sports? Because it's a non-issue. There are so many issues in women's sports, horrific things. I was essayed by football coaches at my school. If you want to know about problems going on in women's sports, if you want to pretend you care about women, which no one that brings up transgender athletes in women's sports care about women. I guarantee you that right now. They do not give an F about women. Then they would be talking about the gender pay gap. Then they would be talking about real issues facing women in sports. These are non-issues. And when I read this study, which just to be clear, let me put it back up on the screen really quick, just so everyone has it. This is from, you can screenshot this. This is the NPR article, and there's a link to the study, but I suggest this because it's a research letter, and it's done by Harvard in conjunction with someone else. It's in JAMA Pediatrics. If you want, and you have a subscription to read the whole thing, you can look into that. But yeah, I would screenshot this. This is the NPR letter or NPR article, and you can listen to this as well. But yeah, we're talking about 1/10 of 1%. Sorry, I keep forgetting to pin my life goal. And it keeps reminding me 1/10 of 1%. That is nothing, right? This is a non-issue in reality. And I think it says it in this article, but also other articles I've read. I think real estimates, maybe if we're talking about just fluid gender identification or transgender identification, non-binary or transgender identifying individuals, maybe it could be up to 3%. I've read. Is that, Dani? Is that fair in the United States?
I think it's 3 point something percent. And I think the actual research, the research letter that you're discussing, said that it was between the ages of 13 and 17, it was 1.4% of adolescents that identify as what we call TGD, which is transgender or gender diverse, right? So it's kind of a more umbrella term, but 1.4% identify as TGD, which is about 300,000. And a teeny tiny percent of those actually receive medications for gender affirming care. I've been providing gender affirming care in the Florida Panhandle for about 6 years now. I've never had anybody take medication. I've never had anyone take medication. It's open to them, right? It was open to them, and it's still open to them. I only treat adults now because of the Florida law, but it's still open to them. And as they become adults, a lot of people do make the decision to take different types of medication. I've also never had someone turn 18 and immediately be like, I'm taking medication. It's not to say that it doesn't happen. It's not to say that people aren't saying, I'm waiting until I'm 18 or something. It's just to say that, like, this is a very thought out process. This is something that's very considered. It's not something that anyone jumps on right away. And for the vast majority of people, gender affirming care looks like changing their hairstyle, changing their clothing, changing their name. That's it. I go by Dani most of the time. Nobody goes off on me about that, right? Like, that's not my real name. That's a masculine name, if you will. No one loses their mind over that. So who cares if Joey becomes Josephine? I don't give a shit.
Exactly. And this is, again, I think I said this, but so this study that's being done, it's Harvard and Folks Health, which is a virtue. And I did some research into Folks. It's FAOLX. They're a very interesting, cool company. And so what they did is they used data sets, huge amounts. Like, what's cool about this study is that we are talking about huge data set samples. Like, this is not like, oh, hey, you guys don't know. You just looked at a small amount of data. I mean, they combed through so much data. It's amazing. And it included from 2018 to 2022, 5 million adolescents. And they are using private insurance claims. That's the data sets they're using. 5 million private insurance claims from 2018 to 2022. Of those, think about that. 5 million insurance claims these people are going through one by one. The total number of youth who had any diagnosis of gender dysphoria was less than 18,000. Among those folks, right? Which I like the word folks. I think that's what I need to start saying more of is folks. It's gender fluid. So among those folks, there were less than 1,000. This is youth, right? That accessed puberty blockers, and less than 2,000 that ever had access to hormones. This is after looking through 5 million private insurance claims between the years of 2018 and 2022. So that's less than 1/10 of 1%.
And I'm looking it up right now. There we go. So people that get upset about surgeries, right?
Remember, I have that in today's outline too. I have that in here too.
So people that get upset about them having surgeries. Yeah. So remember, this is a really small percentage of people, but people get upset about, like, well, they're giving surgery to teenagers, blah, 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 blah. Shut up. You don't care about them giving surgery to teenagers, because if you did, you would care about the 2,754 breast implants that were put into teenage girls aged 13 to 19 in 2023. And love to point this one out. There were more, 2,886. This is a very common surgery. It's called a gynecomastia surgery. Teenage boys, sometimes adult men as well, will get breast tissue development. They'll get a little, like, what we call breast buds, right? It's due to hormone fluctuations and stuff. There's differing reasons. People can also have medical conditions that cause it. It's called gynecomastia. We do breast tissue removal, gynecomastia surgery in teenage boys. Someone else said medications can cause it. Yes, medications can definitely cause it. There were 2,886 breast reductions in teenage boys in 2023 alone. Didn't hear anyone complaining about that. That's gender affirming care. Removing breast tissue from your teenage boy because it makes him self-conscious in the locker room or in sports is gender affirming care. There were 2,886 of them in 2023 alone. Not a word about it.
Exactly. Maybe they should wait till they're 18. to not have boobs anymore. Maybe because that's just what evolution dealt them. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. This is another great survey for resources, not survey, study done. It's in JAMA Pediatrics, my favorite place. I pay for a yearly subscription. But yeah, this is another one they recently did. Yeah, October 21st, 2024, about levels of satisfaction and regret with gender affirming medical care in adolescents. Here, I'll just briefly get through. Basically, the overwhelming majority, 97%, continued to access gender affirming care. Let me just read the bottom of this, though, because I think this was the most telling part. So of these 220 respondents in the main sample, 9 were regretful of having received blockers and or hormones. Two of these individuals regretted both. Of the 4 have stopped all gender affirming medical care, and 1 has continued to receive the blockers but plans to stop. The other 4 have continued care. They never. So I just want to be clear. We are talking about 1 plans to stop. So 4 people of 220 had any regret. That's what we're talking about when we talk about gender affirming care. And then when you tie that back, these are people who actually had access to puberty blockers and or hormones. But the real story and how we tie that back to this study is that the majority of gender affirming care is changing your clothes, right? Getting therapy, changing your name, changing your pronouns. It has 1/10 of 1% of private insurance, of 5 million private insurance claims were people accessing puberty blockers or hormones. It's no one. And I'm sorry, youth. I should say youth. It's no one.
It's almost nobody. Meanwhile, gynecomastia surgeries for men in minors accounted for 11% of the total surgeries. 11%. And we're looking at teens that identify as TGD, right? Transgender and gender diverse. 0.1% of them are receiving medication, and even less of them are receiving any type of gender affirming surgery. Meanwhile, in just one category of surgery, minors account for 11% of the gender affirming care being given. But because it's cis kids, we don't care about it. And breast augmentation only accounted for 1% of total surgeries. Big surprise, there's a lot more breast implants than there are gynecomastia surgery, but it's an 11% increase from 2022 to 2023. 11% increase. Should we all be super concerned about that? Should we all be, and also labiaplasty, right? Cutting off the labia, which by the way, please don't do it. Your labia are packed with nerve endings and are really big pleasure centers. Also, most doctors are not educated on clitoral anatomy, and they generally cut the clitoris. And so it can often impact, I won't say it will, but it often impacts women's sexual functioning. Please do not have a labiaplasty unless for some reason it is completely medically necessary, right? However, labiaplasty, 348 accounted for a total of 3% of all procedures. These are being done on minors as young as 13. Nobody cares.
That's wild. Like that.
Can you imagine your daughter, Mandy, coming to you at like 14 and being like, Mom, I want to cut this stuff off my body just because boys think it's gross?
Yeah. And I mean, I experienced puberty blockers with my daughter. I don't know if I talked about it on here, but my daughter had precocious puberty. So at 6 years old, she started puberty. And the male endocrinologist I saw told me the only reason to treat her would be to make myself more comfortable. And a year later, she had this massively scary growth spurt, left stretch marks on her back. She was developing, she looked to be 12 or 13. And when you have a twin, so she's a twin brother, it becomes very clear the difference, right? Like you can really tell there's something going on. Like I'll have to show a picture one day because it was jarring when you would look at them.
I've seen photos. Mandy has shown me photos, and you're like,
everyone
damn.
thought my son was 6 or 7, and my daughter was 13. Like it was jarring, but I remember I had to advocate, and I said, I don't want to see that endocrinologist again. And they were like, oh, but he's like the best. And I don't care, because he doesn't understand what I'm experiencing, what women and girls experience. And he is not willing to treat my now almost 7-year-old whose body thinks she's 13. And so like, he's not the one who has to explain to her what's happening in the 3rd grade. He's not the one who is. And I remember, like, so we went, and this endocrinologist was wonderful. And she understood, and she didn't make me feel crazy. And she agreed that we needed to slow it down. And we did hormone blockers, but I did all the research. I talked to her pediatrician. I made sure that it was the right, that it was the good choice for her. But I constantly think about, like, my daughter's now 18, and she, to this day, is really thankful I did that. It was a life-saving situation for her in a lot of ways, because we're in this tiny little town, and to be the 3rd grader who's developing like a teenager. I mean, I had grown-ass men checking out my almost 7-year-old child, thinking she was a fucking teenager, which is still gross if they thought she was 13.
Still gross, right?
But I like, it's amazing I didn't end up in jail. Like, it's amazing I didn't get arrested.
Imagine if she was S8 and then they told her, well, she was asking for it because she had precocious puberty. That is
because her body did that. But like,
happened to me. Welcome to
I've had more arguments than I can account for on this app from especially men, but also women, who are under the impression that the numbers of people getting these treatments is so vast and so huge, telling me I did the wrong thing, that I never should have done it, that it shouldn't have been an option, that it doctor, that what I did was wrong, and she shouldn't have had that introduced to her body at that age. Like, I have had people literally tell them, like, so you wanted her growth to be stunted? You wanted her to go through the emotional, like, trauma of developing too early? You wanted her to be prey to people that saw her as older than she was? Because it's not like we could reverse all of the aging. She still looked older, but it slowed it down, and it meant she wasn't going to be reproductively mature at 7 years old. It meant her bones weren't going to harden or too early, and she'd be able to grow to a height that was expected for her body. Like the arguments I've had, even as recent as like 2 weeks ago, with people who are like, well, no, you really shouldn't have been able to do that. But it's the same dude who will be like, well, if she's 16 and wants boobs, that's fine. It's sorry, I get very impassioned about it, because like, so often the focus becomes so on weaponizing and demonizing the trans community and not letting them have these hormone blockers. They are life-saving. It's a life-saving option that is temporary. It's a pause button. It literally, and when done correctly and under the advisement of a doctor, will very likely, because we know the rate of unaliving in the trans community, especially for young teens, it will literally save their life. But also, you are talking about kids with precocious puberty that would be impacted by these laws. You're talking about other things, and we've talked about it before on this live. It's a hormone. It's legislation to govern hormone treatments. Birth control pills are hormone treatments. Hormone replacement
and our gender affirming care
are hormone treatments. All of it's life affirming care and gender affirming care, life affirming care. And that is the doorway. That is the gateway to being able to take these other things. Is they can start with that by weaponizing trans, by convincing people they're getting these massive surgeries and cutting off body, but that's not happening. And it's all it's so scary to me. And when it comes right down to it, when I think about the trans community, I just think about how many of them just want a minute to come up for air and not have to fight against the natural development of their body, and that we have decades tested options that now suddenly are being, oh no, we can't do that. No, you can't do that. From people who couldn't fucking pass high school biology.
Literally. And by the way, I keep saying this all the time when people are like, you don't understand basic biology. No, the problem is you only understand basic biology. I have years and years and years of education, right? Lots of people have years and years of education on shit like this, right? The problem is most of these men took one high school biology class when they were 15, and now they're like, I know everything there is to know about biology. You know what you were taught when you were 15 in like your Arkansas podunk school. Sorry to anyone from Arkansas, but like they kind of deserve it. So they only understand basic biology. That's the problem. The problem isn't that we don't understand basic biology. The problem is they only understand basic biology.
Could not agree more. I could not agree more. Like every time I read a medical study, and that's the point. Like when I debate at night with Pickles, like MAGA men get very angry at me, and they're just like, "You think you effing know everything?" No. Quite the contrary. The more I learn, the more I know that I don't know anything, and none of us do. That is the point. It's the opposite. We don't know anything. Like science is just beginning to understand what's going on. So how could you sit around with no education, or how could you talk about politics when you don't even read and tell me oh, I think I know everything. No, I'm smart enough to know I know nothing. That is the correct phrase. I could not agree more.
My favorite are the men who will be like, or like the people will be like, well, they didn't have this. This is all so new back in my day. I'm like, 12 years ago was my daughter's treatment. 12 years ago. Like none of this is new. Like it's just now, like, I think you said earlier, like it's a diversion tactic, right? Let's make them the focus so we can be doing this over here. And in the meantime, that diversion tactic is costing people their lives. Like it's more than just a diversion at that point. It's like literally putting a target on these people. It has literally put a target on people. And like, I think of that video that the creators made in the Capitol building in the bathroom, like all the women in the bathroom, like women, trans women, like everybody in there, and how mad some of the conservative legislators got, like Nancy Mason stuff. And like, don't you have other shit you should be doing? Like, don't you have work to do? Aren't there other things that are more important than targeting individuals that have zero impact on your day-to-day life? Like, I also
use them as a shield. Like that's what's so angering to me about Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah. Like, wake up. They don't respect you while you guys are screaming and flailing around and doing these weird things. Like, men who don't respect you are taking your rights away. They're like, let them flail around and cause these giant distractions for us. Or when we're accused of being misogynist, we can point to them and say, look, there's two women. Or it's the same thing with like when you are a minority in the Conservative Party. Hey, you have rights to do whatever you want and to vote for whoever you want. I'm here to tell you conservative policy. It's not my job to say what are in the hearts and minds of each person who votes for conservative policy. I can tell you that conservative policy is discriminatory. It is racist. It is bigoted. It is meant to keep people with nothing in their place and to increase the wealth of people at the top, right? And it's this, like when Mandy says this is all connected, it is all connected. Defunding public schools, school choice, taking these vouchers and funneling our tax dollars towards schools with no accreditation. Teachers have no accreditation. The fingerprints don't even need to be processed. They're being taught nonsense religious things that have nothing to do with anything. There is no standardized testing. And then in the same breath, the people that voted for this nonsense are saying, wait a minute, you guys are going to import people with H-1B visas to do coding? Yes. You guys stopped taking math in 4th grade. Yes, we are. Like, what the fuck do you think is going on?
Literally.
This is all connected. And yes, they don't want you to ever have an advanced math degree or be an engineer. But they don't want to pay you what they have to pay Americans. Like, if you want to be one of the people that can get paid that amount, then stay in school. right? Like I kept, what is it? It's House Bill 3278 in Oklahoma. People kept telling me like they're forcing people into the military or into a trade. No, they're not. That's a lie. But what is happening is, because math is causing so much remediation in Oklahoma, if you read the bill, they're just saying like, hey, if your daddy was a welder and you know you're going to be a welder, like you don't have to, your 8th grade math can count and you'll just take fabrication mathematics. Right? Like, and if you're going to go into the military and you know that, your 8th grade math can count. Right? They want us to be dumb. They want us to be uneducated. And then you're wondering why you don't qualify for high paying jobs in America. You have to think through these things. They're all connected. Defunding the Department of Education is not the answer to you getting high paying jobs.
And on like their policies being racist, Mandy was just talking about how her daughter went through precocious puberty. The number one demographic that is likely to experience premature, precocious puberty is Black girls. The number 2 demographic is Latina girls. Black girls and Latina girls are significantly more likely to enter puberty early, and they are significantly more likely when they go to the doctor to be told, oh, we don't need to treat that. There's nothing to worry about. Black girls just get their period early. Why? Why do they get their period early, right? It's not normal and they still need treatment, especially because we know that Black girls and Latina girls are much more likely to be sexualized much earlier compared to white girls, right? So doctors are a lot more likely to say like, oh, it's just normal because Black girls get their period earlier. We know they get their period earlier because of systemic racism, because systemic racism literally changes you. We know they get it earlier because of the environments that they're in. They're more likely to be exposed to environmental toxins and things like that because of the food that they're eating. They're more likely to be in poverty, so they're more likely to eat foods that are processed and might have hormones and other things in it that can bring about precocious puberty. Why? I need doctors to start critically thinking about why these things are happening and treating them accordingly, right? And instead they just dismiss them because they're like, well, Black girls do that. Not in a healthy environment, right? So like these policies do end up being racist because they are significantly more likely to impact young girls of color.
Like, bro, as someone who got their period the first time at 9 and was told, well, yeah, you're just too fat. That's what caused it. So we're going to put you on 1,000 calorie a day diet and that's going to fix the problem. No, bitch, that's not actually the problem. And that's not going to fix the problem. It happens so often, in addition to the fact that Black girls and Latina girls are seen and viewed as older than they actually are in the first place, despite any of the hormonal issues that they're having, starting periods early, developing early. It's insane, the racism and the problems that it's caused in this country, in addition to the whole education thing. We would have universal health care if there weren't so many palm-colored people who were pissed that Black people would get it. Education, college education will still be free or extremely cheap if they weren't pissed that Black people actually had the opportunity to go to college with their kids. Like, it's insane. Also, as an Arkansan, Danielle, I don't, no offense taken, Arkansas sucks. We have an elected official conference this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I cannot wait to go and cause trouble, because there are going to be so many Trumpers there. I'm going to wear my bleach blonde, bad built butch body shirt. And I may just stream. They a lot of them don't like me already. They see me and they're like, oh, she's going to be friendly. No, I hate you people. And I'm going to make sure that you know.
Love it.
If you want to, for my account, you can. By the way, if you feel like, if you want to use my account and stream, feel free.
I may go. I've never gone live on mine, so I may now that we may be losing this whole thing. Now I'm like, yeah, I think I'll go live. Sure. I do love y'all, and I love y'all in the chat too. Y'all have been doing a little better, thank you. But I need y'all to continue to turn up. Tap the screen. Like, I don't want to cuss y'all out. It's not fun. Well, it is kind of fun for me because we're all frustrated, so it helps me get some of that frustration out. But I don't enjoy cussing y'all out that much because I love y'all. I just need y'all to tap the screen and be active participants in the chat, right? Keep gifting, keep sharing, keep tapping. Y'all love the information. I love the information. Y'all love our 3 brilliant musketeers. I love them as well. We need 7 more lipstick on Felice's face to reach that goal. Let's get those going. The pay links for everybody are on the screen. Felice's are at the top. Dr. Dani's are beside her. Our amazing Mandy's are beside her. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to everybody and followed everybody, please do so. If you haven't sent your heart me, get that done. You see that little blue and white notebook up there in the upper left-hand corner? That's a poll. It helps TikTok know that you're engaged and that you like what's going on. So take that. Appreciate it. Also, if you haven't subscribed on YouTube, there have been more people in the chat saying, hey, where are you going to go if TikTok goes away? YouTube, we're already over there. Subscribe. Watch all the videos. All of the videos are amazing. The broadcasts that we've had so far in addition to this one have all been fucking phenomenal. Go back and watch them. Fall asleep watching them. Put them on in your phone when you walk your dog, when you're cleaning out your refrigerator, when you're washing dishes, when you're scowling at your boyfriend because we hate all men, right? Turn it on and watch it. Love y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you for helping us reach that live goal. Now Felice can reset it because she's amazing and y'all are amazing. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the shares. Love you to bits.
You're the best, Joanna, for sure. Arkansas is lucky to have you. God. Okay, I got it. I need to read. Kristen, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you all for this. No, thank you for being here. And Susan, thank you so much for listening. Oh, listening to Hegseth, messy hearing, and needed a break. Yeah, I know. I'll cover the Hegseth. I listened to the beginning of it before we started this live. God. Ugh, he's the most disgusting. So obviously a narcissist, but that's what we love in this society. It's like a quality apparently we are uplifting now.
Do we want to take questions for the last 30 or do we have more that we definitely want to cover?
No, I think I think this is good. Like what we covered was necessary. And if people want to talk, have questions, chat, share, I think that's good. Yeah. Like we're almost to 200K. Let's get to 200K. Let's try to get to 300K before the live is over. While we're waiting for someone to request though, I will just show, I wanted to show some things. I guess we'll just treat them as article suggestions. These are ProPublica articles. I am just as a former teacher, I'm on a constant education process with myself to look into what's going on with school vouchers and how it's damaging our education system. And this isn't going to get better, but this is one of the more disturbing ProPublica articles that has recently come out of this. It's called "One on a Mission from God: Inside the Movement to Redirect Billions of Taxpayer Dollars to Private Religious Schools." And the first ever school voucher program was in Milwaukee. But it was for underprivileged kids who were because property taxes funded public schools. And it was about giving supplemental funding to underprivileged kids in places where there was no funding in public schools because property taxes were so low. That being said, Ohio was the second place to adopt schools, and this is adopt school vouchers. And this is that path. Now in Ohio, even the most affluent people that can afford the richest of the richest schools are getting taxpayer dollars pulled out of public schools and redirected towards private education. Oh, why did you hear Trump? It's Trump saying something stupid. Anytime someone follows me or subscribes, it's a clip of Trump saying something dumb. Anyways, but yeah, I would suggest screenshot this, read this article. It is super, and all of this is linked together. What's happening to women and children's healthcare, us losing our rights, this is starting, the goal is to have every child in a private religious school that is not subject to standardized testing, to dumb everyone down and funnel us all, keep us all dumb. It's ridiculous. And then, this is the other big one I wanted to talk about. And if you're a parent in schools, these are specifically in Tennessee, but this is becoming a problem in a lot of red states. This is a study, I would say screenshot this. This is another ProPublica article. These are longer articles. You don't have to listen. You don't have to read them. You can listen while you're working. What's happening is disproportionately, this is going to come as a shock, brown and black children who are on the autistic spectrum are being basically arrested, handcuffed, and charged with felonies. These are children on the autistic spectrum or with other types of disabilities who are just making random statements, and one kid was like, if you open my backpack, the school could blow up. Right? He had a stuffed animal in his backpack. You know what I'm saying? These are children on the autism spectrum, special needs children who are making random statements, who are being charged with felonies and thrown in jail, and they're disproportionately black and brown. And this is increasing. They're not doing anything to fix this problem. I think we should all, this is something ProPublica is tracking. There's a lot of articles around this. So I suggest everyone screenshot this and look into this, because only with us contacting our Congress people and community activism and journalism like what ProPublica is doing is going to stop any of this. Yeah. And
by the way, that's a Republican law. Like that threat law that these kids are being arrested under, it's a Republican law. And they've gone forward. I can't remember what it's like
I think
it's like it's a zero tolerance policy, essentially. And they talked to the Republican congressman. Goodness, can't get that out. They talked to the Republican congressman and the House Speaker, Republican, in Tennessee. And he said, no, we're not going to make any changes to law. I think it's fine.
Yeah, this is Cameron Sexton. If you don't remember who Cameron Sexton is the guy that banned remember the Tennessee Justins? They were thrown out of the Tennessee state legislature for trying to advocate for leading a protest of children trying to say, we need to reform pew laws. We're scared to go to school. And he threw 2 black legislators out of the House who had already been documented and subjected to all types of racism and bigotry at that point. That's Cameron Sexton, who it came out during that scandal that, people were like, hey, if Cameron Sexton doesn't let the Tennessee Justins back in the House, I'm going to expose his mistress. This Cameron Sexton, this is not a good person. I don't care what anyone's doing with their time, but yeah, they don't care. This is, in order to protect 2A in Tennessee, if we're charging autistic children with felonies, anything but reforming pew laws, right? Hey, let's arm the teachers. Let's weld the doors shut. Let's do any single thing but reforming pew laws in Tennessee. That's the goal. So we'll just hurt children. That's fine. Arrest them. Special needs children. We're arresting them and terrifying them. I did screenshot these highlights from the series. Junior, an 11-year-old, is accused of making a threat at school, which he denies. Officials let him go home with his mom. Hours later, a deputy tracks him down at a family dinner at a Longhorn Steakhouse, cuffing him in the parking lot. Cool. These are black children. Ty, a 13-year-old with autism, is arrested, charged with a felony, and detained for telling a teacher not to look in his backpack because the school would blow up. Ty later explains that he was trying to protect his stuffed bunny inside.
It's a child with disabilities, y'all.
Welcome to hell. Welcome to Tennessee. Lee, A 10-year-old fifth grader in East Tennessee is accused by students of pointing a finger. Pew pew. The school expels him for a year for making a threat of mass violence.
By the way, it just absolutely blows my mind that it doesn't blow my mind, right? That we're mostly arresting Black and brown kids and that we're arresting kids with disabilities. But what absolutely blows my mind, y'all, the number one predictor of who's going to commit a mass act of V word is white men with misogyny. We have done study after study on this. One of my areas of research is the manosphere. The number one unifying factor of all people that have committed a mass pew-pew has been misogyny. It has been their hatred towards women. Even if they didn't do it for that purpose, right? Because we have some, like the guy out in California a couple years ago that specifically went out to unalive women, right? That was obviously an act of violence from an incel against women specifically. But even if we're not talking about that, even if we're talking about like the Vegas one that happened that was really bad, the number one perpetrator is white men with misogyny. Can't.
Shocking. Not shocking. I want to find this one. Oh, and if you want to screenshot these are the individual articles about two of these. If you're looking to read more into these are not a joke. This is the stuffed bunny incident that got the child charged with a felony. These are now lawsuits that are winding their way through courts. And Cameron Sexton is the Speaker of the House in the Tennessee State Legislature that's like, oh, we don't need to do anything about that law. And advocates, qualified people that went to school and have master's degrees in early childhood development and specialize in the autism spectrum, and doctors had said, hey, this law is ridiculous. It doesn't take into account so many factors, and there's going to be children disproportionately charged with crimes they shouldn't be charged with if you go ahead and don't create allowances for this stuff. And he's like, hey, no problem. So now their tax dollars are probably going to have to, we're going to bankrupt school districts because of this stuff. This is the one about the 11-year-old who just is like, I didn't do this.
I'm unaware of this law ever actually stopping an incidence of the word, right?
Of course, yeah. Of course,
not a single one.
Didn't. Yeah, of course it didn't.
No, it's not. It's not actually ever going to probably stop.
And then this is another one. I would screenshot all these. If you're interested in looking into this, if you have a child on the spectrum, I would highly recommend it. It's fascinating. And this is, so I'm going to probably cover this next week in more detail. Like I haven't done as much research as I want to, but when I was going into this deep dive into school vouchers and how it's bankrupting public schools, particularly hurting children with disabilities who need specialized care and things like that, who can't leave public schools because private schools, charter schools, religious schools don't offer that type of care. One of the scariest rabbit holes I went down was this. This is real. And one of the things, Ohio is one of the progenitors of the school voucher argument. My tax dollars should follow my child. And someone said in Ohio in 1993, hey, how are we going to stop the David Dukes of the world from using our public tax dollars to bring back segregation, to do horrible things like bring back racist schooling and Jim Crow type schooling? And they were basically like, who cares? They can already do it in homeschool. That's not our problem. And this is a pro-public article. This is what is going on in Mississippi. They are using this money, school tax, to create segregationist schools again.
Which the voucher program, from its inception, right, the entire idea of school choice is rooted in segregation academies. That's how it originally got started, right? Because which is also where the AB debate comes from, actually, because we integrated schools and people were pissed about it, right? But back in the day, when desegregation started happening, evangelical Christians were the last ones to say, we're not doing this. Bob Jones University had their nonprofit IRS designation removed by the IRS because they refused to desegregate. And when Bob Jones got it removed, finally they were like, okay, fine, we will, right? Liberty University, Bob Jones, evangelical segregation academies. That's where these things started. And then when the federal government said, you must integrate your schools or you will lose your nonprofit tax status, that's when they started getting involved in the AB debate. Before that, Jerry Falwell of Liberty University, very pro AB, said that was a family matter that women got to decide, right? When they didn't get to have their segregation academies, that's when they started to care about AB because they couldn't rally people around the issue of segregation anymore. Now they're taking school choice and these voucher programs and they're redirecting that back to create segregation academies again. And these voucher programs that are receiving millions of dollars in funding of your taxpayer money, that money is going to evangelical churches. That money is going to Catholic churches because it's going to these private schools that are run by Christian companies. They are companies. So by taking advantage of these school choice programs, we are funneling money to evangelical Christians.
Yeah, and I believe, I'm not going to quote this, so I'm just going to underquote the number, but this is on the conservative side. I believe it's over 90. But I went over this last week when I was talking about, because Arizona is one of the longest running school voucher programs as well. And when I was reading this long research article on what has happened in Ohio as well, I believe in Ohio, it's over 90, but I'm just going to say 90%. 90% of school vouchers are white, Caucasian children, right? Because of lower socioeconomic opportunities, there are no private schools, right? There are no Catholic schools. There are no private schools within walking distance or that lower socioeconomic, parents of lower socioeconomic status can drive their kids to. That's an extra expense. So these vouchers are just being used by white, middle class and above children. In Ohio, no matter how rich you are, you still get to take your tax dollars out of a public school and use it towards your private school. Like, it's quite disturbing. This is Jim Crow. This is the reviving of Jim Crow. That is what we are seeing. This is basically about ProPublica found 20 schools in Mississippi that likely opened as specifically as segregation academies and have received almost $10 million over 6 years of state tax credits.
They do the exact same thing in Arkansas, thanks to Sarah Fuckface Sanders. And she also put an addendum in our LEARNS Act, which is the voucher program that we have here, that said that those vouchers can also be used for bordering states like Tennessee, where they don't pay state taxes. So our tax dollars, state tax dollars, are being used to send to Church of God in Christ Academy in Tennessee, where they don't even have to pay. Yeah, it's insane. I didn't come up here to yell at y'all this time, although y'all do need to be tapping the shit out the screen. I came up to ask Dr. Dani a question because something that you mentioned earlier has been itching the back of my brain like RFK's brainworm since you said it.
That's perimenopause. I'm just kidding.
I am 37, so it very well could be. The AB reversal, but like what the fuck?
I was going to ask that. Yes, thank you. Because I was going to say, I don't think when you were saying, you guys are talking about it as if people have ever heard that. And when you guys were talking about it in our group chat, I was like, what the? I had to do like 2 hours of reading. I did not even know what you guys were speaking of. So yeah, exactly. You need to explain to people what that even means and prepare to be disgusted.
Yeah. So you can look up, like, ACOG has some information on this. Essentially what it is I've heard different protocols, right? And that's a problem. I shouldn't be hearing different protocols. If this was an accepted medical treatment or procedure, just like the AB pill has a protocol, right? It's 2 pills, you take this pill, and then a certain amount of time later, you take 4 pills in the pouch of your cheek and you let them dissolve. There is a specific protocol, and it is the exact same for everybody, right? Now we have a lot of these anti-AB, anti-choice groups, I'll call them, because I'm trying to, like, how can I use I refuse to call them pro-life. A lot of these anti-choice groups, most of the time, what you are given is very high doses of progesterone. And they're doing that to try to, like, stabilize the uterine lining and not get you to expel the tissue. I am almost hesitant to say that because I need people to know this is not backed by science. This is not backed by science. This isn't backed by studies. So I just pulled up, ACOG has a really good informative thing on it. It's called Facts Are Important. Medication reversal is not supported by science. And they have a whole fact sheet on it discussing where this comes from, what the rhetoric is, right? It is not something ACOG is exactly. There we go. That's exactly what it is. So you can read through some of that. Medication AB is very safe and it is also very effective. The risk rates, right? The complication rates are significantly less than that of pregnancy, right? There's like a 0.4 rate of mortality, 0.4, not 4. That's not a percentage. It is 0.4 per 100,000. The mortality rate for pregnancy is like 24. That is significantly more, right? So most of the time, AB medication is taken to end a pregnancy, right? To terminate a pregnancy. And what these anti-choice groups are saying is, if you take that and you regret it, we can reverse it within a certain period of time. If you come to us within a certain period of time, we can reverse it. No, you can't. It's not a real thing, right? There's not studies on it. It's not FDA approved. It's not supported by science. No, you can't. So most of the time, what they're doing is they're giving you really high doses of progesterone. They're having you take progesterone pills and giving you really high doses of it. It is crazy. It doesn't make sense. It's not backed by science. Now, sometimes there has been some, and I think it says it somewhere in here. So a 2012 case series reported on 6 women who took mifepristone, which is the AB pill, and were then administered varying doses of progesterone. That's not medically backed by science. What the hell is varying doses? 4 continued their pregnancy. This is not scientific evidence that progesterone resulted in the continuation of those pregnancies. Those studies were not supervised by the IRB. So anytime you're doing a study, even if I'm never going to talk to a human, I have to have the IRB, the Institutional Review Board, review my study. And they have to approve it, right? And I have to say, these are the harms that could come. These are the risks that could come. Even if I never plan on doing any research on human or talking to a human, I still have to do this. These studies were not cleared by the IRB or any ethical review committee.
Can I just
It is not real.
I did a study, or I did a search, and like I just wrote abortion pill reversal into Google on my phone. And then all of a sudden, all of these scary ass links start coming up. And the first one is abortion pill reversal near me. So I click on that. And then I get to choiceaz.com because I'm in Arizona, right? Look at this shit. Abortion pill reversal. Yes, it can be done. I just
No, it can't.
I know, but I'm just.
Can I ask.
I'm showing you. This is literally. I just did this search and I found. Well,
first of all, this speaks to what we've seen, right? Since Roe, is that these groups are paying to have their stuff prioritized in your search, and it only further adds credibility to people when it's the first thing that comes up. So they go, "That's real."
Yes.
But Danielle, you said something, and I know there's no scientific backing, so it might be a hard question to answer. But you mentioned the high doses of progesterone slow the disposal of that tissue. Is it fair to say, if that is in fact what is happening, how absolutely dangerous in the sense of what we're seeing when women don't fully dispose of a miscarriage? Like, you're really creating situations exactly like that, where that can create sepsis and further complications that otherwise may not occur if allowed to complete the original medication process or whatever.
Yeah, so if you have what we call retained products of conception, which I know nobody really likes that phrase, but that's what we call it. If you have retained products, that's very, very dangerous, right? And the treatment for that is mifepristone. We give you, now you can have a DNC, right? You can have a DNC to clear everything out. But sometimes if people have an incomplete miscarriage or they're having trouble expelling everything completely, we use the AB pill as treatment. Another way that these AB reversal pills, they're not a pill at this point, but I have seen, which again, this is not being done by medical professionals. I have seen them advocate for the Depo-Provera shot, the birth control shot, which is a high dose of hormones, right? As a reversal as well. None of this is FDA approved, and it's actually very dangerous for the exact reasons that Mandy just said, right? And they're going to tell you on those websites, like, well, the closer you take the medication to taking mifepristone, the more likely it will be to be successful. I'm going to say the closer it is that you take that medication, the more likely you are to have complications, right?
If anyone has a lot of money on this live, look, one obstetrician in Florida, Dr. William Lyle, has been one of the most vocal advocates for helping women who have regretted taking the abortion pill. Somebody needs to sue this person. What? Who is this person? Did you read this? 60 initial studies. I can't find. I was looking for them when you guys were talking about this. Like, there's no realistic, like, real medical studies on this. Initial studies of abortion pill reversals have seen a 64 to 68% success rate.
That's a terrible success rate, y'all. Just so we're clear, that's a terrible success rate. The AB pill has a 99+% rate of success, right?
Those people didn't pray hard enough, Danielle. You have to pray.
It's a terrible success rate. By the way, Dr. William Lyle, member of Focus on the Family. Just so we're clear.
Why am I not surprised by this news?
Yeah, he's a big member of Focus on the Family.
Of course he is.
And he actually practices.
You can't even verify that any of that is accurate, because there's no real, like, that could, like, literally, that's like just a made up number. Maybe they were providing this to women who were already too far along in their pregnancy for mifepristone to work. So they're claiming it worked.
This is all BS, but mainly
it's all made up.
They should have prayed harder, I think, really the people who didn't work for did not, in fact, pray hard enough at night before they went to sleep. That's really where we're at here. No, none of this is real, but I do love when they start, like, saying numbers.
Yeah, that doctor practices here in my hometown, y'all. He's an OBGYN here in my hometown, and he practices at a evangelical Christian hospital, and he is a full supporting member of Focus on the Family.
Speaking of praying, like, another great idea for a shirt is to have, like, Numbers 5, the AB recipe instruction part that's in the Bible that they love to tout so much to go against ABs.
Do you have a verse of that? I have heard of that. There are directions for AB in the Bible. I have heard that, but I don't know what the verse and chapters. What is
Numbers?
We just have the verse. Numbers.
It's 5. Numbers 5. I think it starts at verse 11.
Numbers 5.
Yeah, I like to remind people of that. The only time that AB is mentioned in the Bible is when there is a recipe given for how to have one and when it's appropriate. That's it.
Great idea for a shirt, because the Christians will be like, "Oh my God, yay!" And it's like, "No, wrong road, ma'am. This ain't that."
Call for a prescription to reverse your abortion. Like, this is the scariest website I've ever seen. If your website looks cool enough, it's like I say to people, like, I have to debate at night and people are like, Elon Musk designs rockets. I'm like, well, he's never gone to school for that. What would make you think he can design a rocket? Well, it says that on website. I Googled and the first thing that comes up, it says that Elon Musk I'm like, do you understand what astrophysicists have to do to do what they do? Do you have any idea this type of schooling it takes to design a rocket? They're like, but it says online, if you just Google it, it comes up. So this is it's like now if your website is fancy enough, people are like, well, of course there's a pill to reverse abortions because I Googled it. There was a fancy website with pretty colors.
These are the same people who believe that people are partially birth aborted, or the same people who say that it's a failed abortion. Like, these things are not medically sound, and yet
I think I should call this number and record myself having a conversation.
Well, yeah,
with
and
them.
to your point, like they if their website is cool enough and they pay enough money to have it prioritized in a Google search, people think it's real. It's like pregnancy crisis centers, like those are also being prioritized in Google searches and in phone books and things. Like it's so manipulative and so deceptive. And it preys on people who are vulnerable, right? Like you're having a panic moment, or maybe your partner found out you just took AB medication, or whatever the case may be. You're having a crisis moment and they're trying to capitalize on your vulnerability and very likely putting your life at risk.
RIP media literacy. Exactly. No, I'm going to.
And by the way, you're still going to be prosecuted.
Well, I only took half of my abortion pill and I've been praying nonstop since. What do you think? What are my chances?
And on that, I just went to that website. It says that you can do it up to 72 hours afterwards. Y'all.
Oh my God.
It says that right here. Look. 60. There's a 64, just a made up percentage of success rate if taken within 72 hours of taking the second dose.
I know what study they're pulling from. Hold on. I know exactly, because they said 72 hours and they gave us 60.
Text it to me and I'll put it up.
I will. Here, I got it. I knew I had it on my computer too. Here's what it actually says. In concordance with the physiological, pharmacological, and clinical information described above, obviously they describe the entire procedure that they did and stuff, previous case reports and series, right? Case reports. Case reports are not an actual study, right? This is like post-case. We're gathering that data afterwards in a case report. Have indicated, not shown, not causal, not found, have indicated that women who were administered progesterone within approximately 72 hours of taking mifepristone to induce a AB reported AB reversal rates between approximately 60 and 70%. No, that is not what this thing says, right? Now that's a study that was from, I think it was Nature magazine. Where is it? Published in July 2023.
Dr. William Lyle is itching to have his insurance. Let's make him uninsurable. We need to find someone with a lot of money to sue this man.
I swear.
You can learn more about the process here. Oh, I can't wait. What? Yes, it can be done. Deceptive healthcare. That's you, weirdo. What?
So that's the thing. They cherry pick stuff from studies. And this is how like crisis pregnancy centers do it too, right? They cherry pick certain things from studies, twist it a little bit, and then say, studies show. No, they don't. No, they don't, right? Taking case series and saying that things are indicated and saying review, that's not an actual medical study that's been done, right? And immediately after that spot that I just read to you, by the way, it says conflicting literature exists. Guys, media literacy is so important.
Yeah, well, that requires reading.
Spouting this pseudoscience made up shit while simultaneously dismantling maternal mortality review boards is wicked work.
Listen to this.
Yeah, let me read. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Let me read the next sentence, by the way. After I said conflicting literature exists, this is what the next sentence says. And by the way, y'all, I think this is a bias study, but moreover, a randomized controlled trial by this person and their colleagues sought to investigate the potential reversal of mifepristone-induced AB through the administration of progesterone. While the clinical trial was halted for safety concerns,
Jesus,
the preliminary results, though too low of a sample size to imply statistical significance, suggest the potential for progesterone successfully reversing a mifepristone. No, they don't. You literally just said it was halted for safety concerns. We couldn't continue the medical trial because it was too unsafe. So we got halted for safety concerns. We only have preliminary results. Those preliminary results, which were halted for safety concerns, are too low of a sample size to be statistically significant. But we think it works.
Yeah, and it's like real science, like, dude, well, no one knows this because I was an elementary school teacher. I know that no one's learning what actual science is. But yeah, it's like when a study produces results, then scientists doing the same study somewhere else in the world could use those same controls and produce the same results. And then they would say like, oh, hey, we're producing these same results in studies all over the world. So this must be real, right? Like that's what science is. It's not like, hey, some people tried to do something and then it was so unsafe and it was hurting people in the study, so we had to stop. But hey, we're just gonna like extrapolate things that we hope are true from that study. That's not science.
Someone asked in the chat, and I think this is actually a really, really good question. Someone said, does the AB pill not work if you're over a certain poundage, right? If you weigh a certain amount? No, the AB pill will work regardless of your weight. It's generally not a medication that is dosed based on weight, though it may be when you talk to your provider, right? They may have you take extra pills. You may also have to take extra, like I said, you have to put 4 in your cheek. Depending on how far along you are in your pregnancy or maybe your specific circumstances, they may tell you to take a second dose of that, right? I've had people, depending on how far along you are in pregnancy, have to take a second dose. You know that ahead of time, right? It's not like we're saying take a second dose after you've had complications. You know that ahead of time. What people are probably thinking of is emergency contraception. So like Plan B or Ella. Plan B is most effective. That doesn't mean that it will not be effective. It just means it loses effectiveness in proportion as weight increases, right? 165 pounds for Plan B. For Ella, 195 pounds. So if you're between 165 or 195, or if you're a little bit heavier, Ella is probably your better option. Ella can generally, I think Ella is 5 days after unprotected sex, whereas Plan B is 3 days, right? 72 hours. So Ella works a little bit longer. It's a little bit stronger. You should only take Ella one time in a cycle. So if you already took it one time, you shouldn't take it another time until you have your period, right? So there are subtle differences in emergency contraception, but the AB pill it will be effective no matter what your weight is. Plan B is up to 165 pounds. Then it slowly loses effectiveness as weight increases. Ella is up to 195 pounds.
I'm sorry. I just have to point out to something that's so disturbing. This is last night. Our director of medical services received our first ever abortion pill rescue call. The caller took the AB pill and immediately felt regret. After reaching out to an advocate from the AB pill rescue program, they contacted our Mesa clinic on her behalf. This is in Arizona. Michelle, our director of medical services, promptly called in the prescription and scheduled a consultation. That's precisely when the Choices staff at all 3 centers and corporate offices paused in prayer. I was joking when I said we didn't pray enough, but do I not know the Christians? Like, I was raised in this shit. Today, we have a heartbeat. This is our first rescue. Our first of many lives saved, thanks to the prayer and efforts of so many faithful souls, thanks to the courage of this young mother and her willingness to cooperate with God's plan for life. Please join us in thanking God for the chance to save this life and show love, truth, and hope to this brave woman. Somebody sue this man.
Go to the hospital and like get her stomach pumped or like take syrup of Ipecac or something to get it out if she just took it. That is the hugest crock of shit.
Well, that language is so intentional. The rescue, like it's meant to, as though you are a victim of this medication. You are a victim of this process. So we're going to rescue you from it. Like that language it's always intentional, right? But like sometimes when you really take a magnifying glass to it, you realize just how insidious it is because you're not being rescued from anything. First of all, it's all bullshit. It's not real. It's not real. But even if there were any validity behind this treatment, you're still not being rescued. Like it's a treatment, right? And with that comes possible complications or whatever else. But in this case, it's so insidious because it's not real. It's not based in fact. It poses way more risk than benefit, like literal death. And now they're saying they're rescue. No, you're putting them at risk. You are creating the victim possibility in that scenario. And it's, oh God, because I have a communications background. So, and mass communications and like advertising and marketing and like language is words matter. Language is so important and so intentional. And that's why I keep going back to this, the prioritizing in Google, the coolness of their web pages, these testimonials that are total bullshit. You've been rescued, which then immediately paints this medication as a victimization situation. Like, it's just
you should
so
have heard
dangerous.
the things I calmly stated to women outside the abortion clinic when I got an abortion in Idaho when I was 19. Like, you are not rescuing me. My baby would be in more danger in your hands. Like, right. Thank you though. Like, are you delusional? Like, you are not rescuing anyone from anything. Like,
right.
The AB pill rescue program, but that is what they think. Like when I was indoctrinated as a young child into evangelical ideas, that's what they tell you. Like, we've got to go save uneducated women from themselves because they don't know how to use their brains. Women couldn't possibly be thinking for themselves and making decisions about what is best for their body. Women have tiny brains and we have to go save them from themselves. God would want us, we're doing the Lord's work. Saved another one. So embarrassing.
It's just misogyny, right? It's just misogyny all over again. Like these silly women can't possibly make decisions for themselves, so they need us men to do it for them.
Yeah, and then the women that carry water for men. No, it's you that needs rescuing. Like, bless your heart. I'm going to go in here, get medical care, then I'll try to rescue you from yourself.
It's also nonsensical because why would you place the people who have no minds and they don't know what they're doing and they're too emotional to do anything effectively. Why would you want them raising your children? But that's the place that you want them to be. Why would you want them cooking your food and using abrasive cleaning products all around your house? It makes no sense. These men make no fucking sense. It's so annoying.
It's ridiculous. It's not real studies, right? Like, this isn't a real thing. Even the study that they pulled from, like, I knew the thing that they pulled from and I just dug a little bit deeper on it. It was just a review of literature that was published by a bachelor's degree student. It was published by a student getting her bachelor's degree in psychology. And the person that is co-authored with her is her professor with a PhD, right? But this is just a review of other, like, essentially other empirical data on the issue, which is why she's like, yeah, no good has come of this, because there aren't any good scientific research supporting this. And when they tried to do medical studies, they had to stop it for safety. Like, come on. Guys, people are getting dumber. Idiocracy is becoming the story of our nation.
Think about how many dumb people you know with bachelor's degrees. Like, the dumbest people I know went to college. I don't mean that the wrong way. I'm just stating a fact. Like, if you haven't specifically been given any sort of medical training, if you haven't gone to medical school, please. And yeah, like someone said, oh, I never had to cross like protesters outside an AB clinic. Well, listen, the thing is if you grew up in evangelical, like tough evangelical indoctrination, like, the best thing I know for sure I did the best thing for my unborn child. Like, handing an unborn child over to those nutcases is never the best thing for anyone. You listen to, like, I always talk about how adoption is trauma. And if you listen, there are very interesting lives held on TikTok from adoptees talking about the trauma. And one of the most common ways it is trauma is being forced into religious indoctrination and religious cults. That is what happens. Like, no, thank you. Yep. That's not a gift. The gift of, trust me, as I talk about this all the time, you can take this as something is wrong with me, or you can take it as that's how much trauma I was raised in. I very calmly can say, I wish I was never born. No child should have to grow up in what I grew up in. No one. It was not, oh, life is great. Mine wasn't. I dare anyone to survive my childhood and tell me AB isn't a reasonable option when someone is not prepared to take care of a child. Like you're speaking from a place of privilege. Truly, that's anyone who doesn't know that AB is a reasonable, sane option to avoid 18 years of abuse, then you're speaking from a place of privilege.
I mean, like, even if you didn't have a traumatic childhood, which, let's be clear as fuck, all of us have at this point, like, even people now at 37, and my daughter is gonna be 18 on the 23rd of this month. They're like, hey, don't you want another? Why the fuck would I want another one? No, that's why I've been on birth control for 15 fucking years. If I had a slip up, it would end up in the bottom of a biohazard bag. Leave me alone. No, it's a no. It's a no.
It's a no. And there's a lot of people, like, I've joked with my partner before, like, in terms of having kids and stuff. I'm like, not in this country. Won't even consider it. If we moved overseas, and like Felice and I have kind of talked about, like, if we moved overseas to Europe, I would consider having that discussion. I would consider having the discussion in a society that actually supports pregnant people, that actually cares for their health care, and that actually cares for the families after the baby is born. But until then, not a fucking chance. And this uterus is a vacant only place.
Vacancies only.
Vacancy.
I agree too. It's not like, well, I've read too many epigenetic studies to probably, I can't put what's inside of me onto anyone else. But yeah, no, if we lived in a society that supported women after birth, that gave childcare, other options, there was options for upward mobility. Like, think about it. After giving up your entire body, literally your body is torn apart to reproduce a life, which is pure magic, right? That men cannot do. Then what is this hole in your resume? Like, what is this time you took off? Like, I'm sorry, we're going to have to hold that against you. You're not hireable anymore because I'm sorry, why did you take time off? Oh, to have a child. Well, we're going to count that against you. Oh, and you might have another child, so we can't hire you. You're now unhireable because you decided to do what society has been literally pressuring you to do since you were born.
And your health insurance is also going to go up because, of course, we don't have universal health care in this country. And now after you've had this kid, you have heart palpitations and your digestive system is fucked and your teeth are falling out and your hair doesn't grow in correctly. Like, all of those things which people don't ever take into consideration. Shout out to both of you for bringing things like that up because I hadn't thought about it as much as I should have either. Not comorbidities, but maternal
the maternal mortality is the rate of people who unalive during pregnancy, right? But we don't often talk about maternal morbidity, which Mandy had. Mandy had heart complications following her pregnancy, and they didn't even find out until her second one. Lots of people have maternal morbidity, which is either a short or long-term condition that you have due to the pregnancy. And some people will have it for the rest of their life.
Yeah, like my teeth haven't been the same since 2007.
Oh yeah, no, teeth is something you never hear about, the damage pregnancy does on your teeth, but it's crazy.
Oh, and think about it, like, if that labor, and I mean it, like, we call it labor, it is labor. It's 9 months of hell. Like, think about men who deploy for 9 months, who deploy to active war zones. They're paid extra. That labor that women do is valued at $0.
Well, and even those that are deployed
hide yourself away from
right?
society. Hide yourself away from society. You are less attractive and gross during that period of time. And then immediately after giving birth, hey, why are you so fat? Like, why? You need to lose weight. It's gross.
You need to get back to that pre-baby weight. Like, you have to.
If giving birth was seen as the magical thing that it was, that like, wow, like this woman is creating a human life, and that should be the highest job, like labor valued at the like. I mean, talk about specialized labor. No, so few people can do that. Why is it valued at nothing in capitalism? If it had a value, maybe I would be like, wow, look how that's valued in a capitalistic society. I'm more inclined to want to do that now. But what it's worth is nothing. What it's worth is, hey, after you're done, I'm going to talk about how you're used up and worthless and unattractive to me now. Like, everything about you will be less attractive in society. You will be unhireable in a capitalistic workforce. But hey, women, sacrifice everything. Sacrifice your upward mobility to reproduce children. None of it makes any sense.
And by the way, the mortality rate for pregnancy in the United States, significantly higher than the mortality rate for a police officer, a fireman, or a U.S. military member.
Yep.
And
going up at an astronomical, the rate is, maternal mortality rates are increasing. Now that we're tracking it better, I mean, we were. We don't know what's going to happen now, but we were. And it was increasing.
We are seeing a trend now in countries where, because we're seeing birth rate decline, and understandably so, right? Like, it makes sense. But now we're seeing countries like, I know, Russia and Japan, I think there's a third, that are literally trying to pay young women to have children. But they're still not looking, they're even if like the U.S. decided to try to adopt that, we'll give you a one-time stipend to get knocked up, but we're not going to worry about your medical care. We're not going to worry about your support after. We're not going to worry about if something goes wrong, do you have to pay that back? Like it's not like women are not valued, and it doesn't matter what, like it's we don't pay child support from conception. It's labor is only limited to the actual act of birthing a child, but they don't talk about the physical labor of pregnancy. One of the biggest disservices we have done to women historically, in my humble opinion, is painting pregnancy like it's fucking rainbows and unicorns.
Like the passive thing.
Not being absolutely transparent in what it does to your body and what can go wrong and what can happen. And I've heard women of generations older than me be like, well, we can't. Nobody would want to do it. No shit. Like, that's kind of the fucking point. We need to have informed consent. And I want women to be fully informed of what they're signing up for. Most women, many women who want children will take that risk. Like, they're fine with that. But it's still like, I had no idea that I could end up in heart failure. I'd never heard of such a thing. Like, what? You're telling me I could literally, like, I knew you hear about complications, but like, did I expect to go home and within 2 days be coughing up blood and being told by a male doctor I'm just having an anxiety attack? Because, you have 2 new babies and a cold and your throat's irritated. It's not blood.
But maybe
it was.
You're being hysterical. Women have been doing this since the Stone Ages. What do you mean? It's fine. That's what we're here for. Yeah,
like it's this idea that, and I always say when people say, well, women have been having babies they've been dying forever too. Like, it's just, I know, do you guys know Gemma Talks, the creators? It's Evie and Pari. So Pari, I think she probably just had her baby. I don't know if that's been announced or not. But
I think she was due this month.
Yeah, she was due, and they were going to induce, and I want to say she's probably already had her baby.
I would guess.
But, like, she was talking about, like, her cervical check and how nobody fucking talks about just how traumatic that can be. And, like, just, for me, it was the intervaginal, like, the ultrasound with the wand, when I found out I was having twins, because I'd had 2 miscarriages and I was really anxious. So they're like, let's just do an early ultrasound and see what we're dealing with. And nobody talks about just how invasive that is, and you don't really understand what's happening till it's happening, how long it can take, how painful it can be. Nobody tells you these things. You just think it's all sunshine and rainbows, and then when you're laying there with no privacy whatsoever, then to hear, and you're pregnant with twins, yay, but also it's very high risk, and like, you don't know, you have to process all of that, and you're expected to be happy and glowing. No, I'm sweating and I'm nervous and I'm anxious, and I don't know what to expect because nobody's told me. Nobody's been honest with me. And that's my, like, if it's the hill I'll die on, that we do such a disservice by painting it as this big magical thing. No, it is actually life-threatening and labor-intensive, and we need to be honest. It's a beautiful gift if you want it, absolutely. And if you're willing to go through it, fine, but you have every right to know exactly what you can expect. But because it's also, men also believe it's rainbows and unicorns because of that. So they don't take it seriously. Not that they would anyway, but
And look at, I always like to talk about how I hate this concept, like Mandy's talking about how language is so important. I hate this concept that women carry babies. Women aren't just these passive vessels that are carrying around a baby until it's fully baked. They are building a baby with their blood, their tissue, their nutrients. And if anybody ever wants to tell you this thing isn't a parasite, and just like Mandy said, if you want to have babies, you want to get pregnant, yes, by all means. Like, again, I am fully for someone that's fully informed. There is a reason ectopic pregnancies are so dangerous, because the placental tissue is invasive tissue. It is extremely violent and extremely aggressive, and it will attach and invade any other tissue it possibly can, because its sole goal is survival, right? So you can have a hepatic pregnancy where the tissues have invaded your liver and are sucking off your liver. You can have it on your kidney. Placental tissue is extremely aggressive and invasive, and it attaches and it devours whatever is in its frickin' way. You are literally, through a violent process, that is leaching nutrients from you, building this fetus. You are not some passive vessel carrying this thing. And then if we say that, oh, well, that takes away all of this sentimental beauty that we have around pregnancy. It doesn't if you want to have that sentimental beauty, but we can't pump out this like glorified fairy tale about what this actually is.
Yeah. I get, what makes the forced birthers real mad anytime you talk about pregnancy as a parasitic event. Because I talk about it, like I always, it's literally a parasitic event. And it makes them so mad because you're right. It's like, oh, it's not, it's a beautiful gift. It's a fucking parasite. If it's not, take it out and let it grow on its own.
That's the point of bodily autonomy. If it's not a parasite, if I'm not the host and something is not feeding off me, then by definition, it can survive on its own. It no longer needs me to survive if this is not a parasitic relationship. But then again, you'd have to get into science to understand that. Bandit, hi. Did you have a question?
Please. I have been in tears. Mandy and Danielle and you guys, and I just need to preface. I'm 52 years old. I'm from Utah. Grew up LDS. I'm the youngest. I
went to university in Idaho. I understand the Utah-Idaho struggle. So
I'm the youngest of 6 girls, and all my sisters have at least 5 or 6 kids. Well, I have one son. He's 27 now, but the trauma from pregnancies and birth and then the aftermath, I had severe postpartum depression. And that's one thing that you want to hurt your child, you want to hurt yourself, that people didn't talk about or tell me about, let alone ABs or anything when you grow up in judgmental religion. And the severe postpartum, I had thoughts of sticking things on my child. I mean, I love him. He's healthy, happy, but nobody tells you that you're going to have horrid thoughts about your own baby. And the trauma that I went through in 1997 with no provider listening to me screaming, crying, the only way I got help was my son had to get his PKU checked every day for 8 days straight. We had to go to the ED to get his foot poked. And a nurse saw the look in my face and said, this mom needs help right now. And she made me admit myself to the ED just for evaluation. And then they admitted me, and I was screaming. It's screaming bloody murder. Don't take my child. Don't take my baby. Because I forced myself to nurse that baby. And nobody told me that that was just perpetuating the hormones, keeping me in that psychosis state. They just encouraged it more, my whole family, instead of getting me the help I needed. This is so important to talk about. I wish more people would discuss this because I wanted to unalive myself and I didn't know why. So I really appreciate you ladies talking about it. It's almost 30 years and I still am traumatized. So thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
What's going on in Utah and Idaho is what's going on in America in general, and the way pregnancy is it's like a fairy tale. The way it's described is wrong. But as someone who did not come from Utah and Idaho, was not born into that culture, and then as an 18-year-old plopped down in that oppressive religious Mormon culture where, you think that you're told as a woman outside of Utah and Idaho that you should be thankful to have children. What you have to understand is your ability to go to heaven is tied to you maintaining a husband and then procreating on this earth. And if you don't do that in Utah and Idaho, you are worth nothing. And not only are you supposed to do it, but you're supposed to do it with a giant smile on your face. Never ask questions.
Perfect.
Yeah, look perfect. And yes, exactly. And then I will say it's shocking to me how I don't know it's the wrong way to say it, but there are it's like people who give birth in Utah, it's almost like they look like they never gave birth. Like they have to snap back in public, like have this smile on their face and be like, yeah, I gave birth 6 weeks ago. Here I am. Like I've lost all the pregnancy weight.
I wouldn't answer the door. I wouldn't answer the phone for weeks. And my sisters were so cruel and like, what is wrong with you? What is your problem? I just want to see the baby. And I would just bawl and cry. Like,
and no one, and oh my God, it's so funny you say that.
They didn't help me. They didn't help me at all.
I was reading something about this where women were saying, like, everyone kept asking me, this is women who are going through extreme postpartum. And they were like, do you know what it's like when everybody in your life, everyone you thought you loved, acquaintances you thought cared about you, friends, everyone says, let me see the baby. How is the baby? Not one person asked how I am.
Right. That was my experience.
Sorry, Vanna, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
Just telling me to pump. And I remember sitting in the bathroom and I just wanted to take a shower. And I get in the warm water and I'm just spraying milk all over the shower curtain. This was in my first little home I lived in. And no one, not 5 of my 5 sisters told me about any of these experiences. And I just started screaming, what is wrong with me? Not to mention that the doctor gave me an episiotomy without my consent. He just said, I normally ask before I do this, but I have to cut you. And it was just, the whole experience was so traumatic that I am just so, for the first time, I feel like I can let this out. And I appreciate you, Felice.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for sharing, because these stories are super important. And this is exactly what we're saying, hiding these things and not sharing these stories. I mean, I did not experience that level of postpartum depression. I did have it after my twins were born because I was, of course, facing my own mortality in that moment. And I didn't know how to process any of that because I thought I'm going to die and leave my kids. And so I had a really hard time bonding with my children. But I remember that isolation feeling of like, nobody understands this. Nobody's listening. Nobody hears me. Nobody values me anymore. I'm now just an extension of these children. But you mentioned one thing that I really think, and maybe we can talk about it another week, but the pressure to breastfeed. Breastfeeding's great if it's something you want to do or can do. But I remember when I was in heart failure, the nurse kept coming in with this book being like, well, you're going to be put on this medication. We don't know if it's going to be safe or not, but there's no indication it'll be in the breast. I mean, this went on like 3 different medications I was getting prescribed. She'd come in with this book and it was like the pressure to keep breastfeeding my twins was so high that literally the physician that was the cardiologist that came in and said, he could just tell I was like frazzled and I was feeling like guilt and bad and like I was failing in some way, and the finances of having to use formula for 2 babies, because that was part of what exasperated my experience, was that I had been breastfeeding on top of being in heart failure, and that depletes you. And he finally came in. He had to be the one to say, I'm putting you on blood thinners. You can't breastfeed. And it was the one I can remember it. It's been 18 years ago. And I remember the conversation. I remember the room. I remember having that moment of, thank you for taking the pressure off of me for even 1 second. Because if that nurse came into me one more time to make me feel bad about not being able to do this, even though I'd been doing it for 2-3 days and I was, not well because of it. I literally had to look at her and be like, I'm going on blood thinners. I can't breastfeed or they won't have their mom. It's either I breastfeed and I don't take these medications or they don't have their mom. So they're going to have their mom. And the pressure we put on people to do these things because it's what's best for, it would have been no good to your son had you not been able to survive that. Like, it was like you deserve to be heard and seen and helped so that he could have you growing up. Because the reality is none of this is easy and none of it is simple and none of it is normal. There is no normal path anyone has to take.
They don't tell you all these things either, Mandy, like trying to go to the bathroom when you have stitches from your anus to your vagina, like you can't go to the bathroom. you're in so much pain. And my doctor's like, you just need to get some sleep. You're not sleeping. You're overly tired. I'm like, when and how and where am I going to sleep, you asshole? Like, it's insanity. Like, I don't understand women that have multiple kids. My apologies, but the trauma for me, and I'm a super sensitive person anyway, I can't even fathom forcing a woman that doesn't want to have a child to go through the trauma of having a child. I mean, isn't forced birth a war crime? It's asinine.
And I do like to remind people that like these experiences are exactly the outcomes that our systems are set up for. They are exactly the outcomes, because in the US, we have a system that we don't have good prenatal care overall, right? Bad prenatal care or not enough prenatal care can lead to a complicated and complex birth. It is well known that lack of autonomy in your birthing process, which our medical system takes away from women all the time, and birth trauma significantly contribute to postpartum depression. We also have no paid parental leave, which puts a massive stress on families. Meanwhile, in the UK, because I do a lot of research and I do a lot of work over in the UK and I have family there. So if you are in the UK, you have free healthcare. You don't have to pay for any of it. All of your prenatal care is covered. You get supplies for when the baby comes. And very, very importantly, both parents get parental leave. So both parents can bond with the baby and share for that care. So that way mama can recover. They can take that leave in any way that they can divide that among each other. They can take it at the same time. They can take it at separate times, whatever works best for the family. And one of the ways that they have reduced postpartum depression significantly, they have about half the rate of postpartum depression as we do here in the United States. And that's because 10 to 14 days after you go home with baby, a healthcare visitor comes to visit you. That healthcare visitor is a certified nurse or midwife who has had extensive training in postpartum and perinatal care. They come into your home and visit you and say, what do you need help with? Do you need help with scheduling? Do you need help with breastfeeding? Do you need help with bottle feeding? Picking out formula? Are you experiencing postpartum depression? Do you have enough support? What else can we do to support you? They come into your home so you don't have to go anywhere, and they check on mom. Their job is to check on baby, but baby's going to go in for appointments, y'all. After baby's born, baby goes in for appointments all the time. Mom goes in for one postpartum follow-up. One. And most of the time we tell her, oh, you're fine, go home. So this healthcare worker who specifically has training and education around perinatal care comes into your home, lays eyes on you and baby in your home and says, what else can we do to support you? Right? And they have half the postpartum that we do here.
Danielle, I was afraid to tell my doctor my thoughts, that they would think I was crazy and take my baby away from me. So there was really nothing.
Nothing. We have nothing. We literally throw new moms out to the wind and we're like, good luck. Hope it goes well. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible. And there's absolutely no reason for it. There are better systems in place that other countries use and have better outcomes. There's no reason for us. I mean, that's not to say that people aren't going to develop postpartum. Right? It's not to say that we're going to get our numbers down to zero, but it is to say that if people, number one, we're going to reduce the rates. Number two, if people are experiencing it, they have the support to access services and resources.
Yeah, exactly. And Jen said they don't even thank us for our service. I think that's exactly just like the way veterans are thanked. If you go through a war, if your body is ripped to shreds, if you almost bleed out as a veteran, are you thanked? Anytime you say you had that traumatic experience, is someone like, thank you for your service? Right? Like, I mean, truly, like, women go through a war and survive, and then it's like, how's the baby? Can I look at the baby? Can I hold the baby? Is the baby okay? Like, I was almost murdered. Like, does anyone care? Like, I'm barely alive over here. And everyone's like, where, but is the baby okay? I mean, you tell me, would you go crazy if that was happening? And like, I don't know. I have all sorts, because of the trauma I experienced as a child, of mental health issues, but I always say knowledge is power. That's why I spend so much time reading and educating myself. Because if I can understand what's going on inside of me, what's making me feel this way, what's making me think these thoughts, what's making these patterns manifest in my life, then I can combat them, or I can understand them, and I can accept them in a different way. And that's what brings me peace. So just being like, hey, this is about to be a fairy tale, you're going to be a mom, and then like the hellscape that is forced upon women happens, like, to me, it's it's a failure of education.
Or I think our whole system is failing. Go ahead, Bandit.
Oh, hey, Jess. Oh, 1 second, really quick. Jess, this is just, we were talking about just the disgusting abortion. This is complete pseudoscience. This is just a fake website of some disgusting doctor talking about the AB pill reversal process that pro-life weirdos are trying to force upon women. I can take it down now. Anyways, sorry.
The forced birthers. I like to call them the forced birthers.
That's exactly what is going on.
What Mandy was talking about with breastfeeding, and how my experience was the only concern was pushing on my stomach, checking my uterus, and seeing if I was feeding the baby. Are you feeding the baby? How much milk do you think did you let down anything? Like, there was little to no concern about my actual well-being, or it was literally what Mandy was saying. Like, they care about your milk production and if your uterus is shrinking. So my doctor yelling at me while I was pushing. I pushed for 4 hours, and he threatened me with a C-section if I didn't get the baby out. Like, he was just like, wanted to get out of there. And I know that they do that, you know, C-section's quicker for them. And I'm sitting there pushing, scared to death. I'm 24 years old and thinking, why did I let a man why did I let a man be my doctor? Like, I was thinking that the whole time. Like, it's unreal.
There was a male OBGYN on TikTok, like maybe a year ago. I don't know if y'all remember this, but he went viral for all the wrong reasons, because he was like, I don't understand why women don't want to see a male OBGYN. Why wouldn't you want the best person for the job? And you're like, first of all, you're implying the best person for the job is always a man. And second of all, because of shit like this, because it has been shown over and over again that female doctors have better outcomes. Female doctors are more likely to listen to their patients. Now, that's not to say all. I have definitely had my fair share of female doctors that I'm like, I would never fucking go back to you again, right? But that's to say, overall, they're a lot more likely to listen to their patient and a lot more likely to spend more time with their patient, right? So maybe because the outcomes are better? I don't know.
I have to tell you, I saw this man because my sisters had seen him. And that's part of the culture and the religion. Yeah. It's not that I wanted to. I wanted my sisters to approve of me. So. And
you often see that. You often see like the same OBGYN, especially in religious circles or evangelical circles, Mormon circles. They see the whole family. Everybody goes to the same OB doc.
Yes. And just so you know, because I'm very to the left and do not go to church, I don't have any of those people in my life. But not because of me, because they think I'm going to hell and I'm bad. So, but I'm the empathetic one. I'm the sensitive one, but I'm just too sensitive. When my mom was on her deathbed, one of my sisters told me I was a drama queen and I needed to suck it up in the hospital, in the ICU when my mom was dying. So it's totally it's trauma. These people are very abusive.
The way I would have squared
the patriarchy can't exist without women also that prop it up, right?
The way I would have immediately squared up with my sisters in that hospital and had to be escorted out by security Like, that was one of the gripes after I had my daughter with the women in my family, except my mom, because she was like, all right, listen, now that you've decided that you're going to keep this kid, let me tell you some things. All the rest of the women were like, oh my God, this is going to be the most beautiful time in your life. You're going to be glowing and you're going to be happy. And when you start to feel that little baby move, after I had her, after 18 hours of labor and then an emergency C-section, and after I had all my wits about me, the first time they came to the house to see me, I was like, why the fuck didn't you tell me all these things? Like, Unqueen, you had 7 children. You knew what was going to be happening. You knew ways that I was going to feel. You knew things that my body was going to be going through. You told me nothing except that it was going to be a beautiful experience. Like, I want to fight all of you. And at the time, they were like, well, yeah, your hormones are coming back to normal. You'll be over this anger in like 6 weeks. And it's like, no, it's been 17 years and I still want to fight a lot of you because you never told me any of this. Gatekeeping the truth about pregnancy and having kids needs to stop. And it's all a product of patriarchy and misogyny, because you can't tell women the truth. Because then why would anyone want to go through this process if they knew that it was going to be hell?
And by the way, this is a violation of our consent, y'all, right? Consent means, if we use the framework of Fry's consent, right? Which means consent must be freely given, reversible, informed, excited, like you're ready to give it, you want to give it, right? And it has to be specific. It violates the freely given and informed, because some women wouldn't make the same choice to get pregnant or have a baby if they had known. And some women need to be fully informed so they can make certain choices, even if they are going to have a baby. So gatekeeping this information, which, by the way, I recommended the book Medical Bondage last week, which is specifically a book about how the gynecological practice is based off of torture of Black bodies and how it's based off of this patriarchal conditioning, right? There's a reason we didn't tell people this. The Comstock Act, which I'm sure people have heard a lot about recently, that barred women from learning about their own bodies. It barred women from having information about menstruation, ovulation, what happens when you're pregnant, childbirth. Doctors literally wouldn't tell women this information. Women didn't even know how to prevent pregnancy, and they didn't know what was going to happen to them afterwards. My grandmother talks about when she gave birth to my dad back in the 60s, about how she was out. They used to give you gas and put you out, and then you would just wake up with a baby, right? There's a reason we don't fully inform women on this stuff. And it's based in racism and misogyny, because they wanted white women to just keep pumping out and birthing these babies left and right, right? So this stuff is real, and there's a reason that we don't give people this good information about giving birth. And I'm all about people having babies if they want to, but I'm about people having babies from a very informed perspective about what's actually about to happen to you. And we have a rate of birth trauma in the United States of about 45%. 45%. Almost half of women, and that's with each birth, almost half of women in the United States who give birth experience birth trauma. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. There is no reason for it. That is insane, right? It's because of the way our system here is designed.
I mean, not being told exactly what a C-section was, and me being 19 and them saying, oh, your body was made for this. This is the perfect time for you to be having kids. You're going to bounce right back and it's not going to be that painful. The entire 18 hours was painful as fuck, and then not understanding exactly what all a C-section entailed, and being woken up out of my sleep 5 hours later and saying, hey, I'm just in here so you can turn over so you won't set up blood clots. Not letting me know how painful turning over was going to be after being asleep for 5 hours, because I had been in labor for 18 prior to the C-section. I wanted to kick that lady in the face, because why would you not tell me, hey, this is what we have to do, but before this, make sure you squeeze your pump, because this is going to be painful as hell. No, just, hey, we have to turn you over so you won't set up clots. Okay.
I will say we cut through, by the way, to do a C-section, they cut through 7 layers of tissue. 7. That's a lot, y'all. That's a lot, right? Like, we have to cut through muscle fascia, subcutaneous fat. We have to cut through your skin. We have to cut through your peritoneum, which is the lining of your abdominal cavity. If anyone's ever heard of peritonitis, it's an infection of your peritoneum. Exceptionally painful. One of the most painful things you can go through. Your peritoneum doesn't have like blood flow, and that's why an infection in there can get like fester and get really bad. And also it's covered in nerve endings. We cut through that to get to your uterus. Like, it's not a joke. It's very, very serious surgery. A C-section is very serious surgery. And I'm not an OBGYN, I'm a clinical sexologist for anyone. Someone just asked, I'm not an OBGYN. I educate on this kind of stuff, and I educate like medical providers and things like that on this kind of stuff. So we cut through 7 layers of tissue. That's a lot. And then we get to your uterus and there's an incision in your uterus, which makes the uterus compromised, right? For future pregnancies, because now you have some scar tissue and stuff there, and it's compromised in that spot. It is a very, very serious procedure. And we just talk about it like you're going to go in and get your teeth cleaned. Like you're just going to walk out tomorrow.
And afterwards, like, no one says, yeah, you're going to have like phantom itching 20 years later that you're not going to be able to scratch. You're going to feel it, but there's scar tissue there. So it's not really there, but it's there.
Yeah.
There is a really good program, I will say. I love this program. It's getting bigger. And it was specifically started for Black women and Black dads. It's called Dads to Doulas. So if anyone wants to look it up, you just type into Google Dads to Doulas. It should be the first thing that pops up. There is this new organization that is trying to give fathers, I think it's a 6 to 8 week course on being a doula. Now, a doula is non-medical emotional and resource support while you're going through labor, right? So there's this whole course that teaches dads how to actually advocate for their pregnant partner, how to be her advocate when someone is sitting there trying to give birth and there's all this other stuff going on and people are throwing all these things at you, right? Be that person's advocate. Be your partner's advocate. So it educates men on the birthing process, on what happens during pregnancy, what will happen during birth, when C-sections have to happen, what an emergency C-section looks like, what the process for that is, what the recovery for that is, what postpartum looks like, how to best support your partner postpartum, the things that they're most likely going to need help with, right? It goes through all of that. It's called Dads to Doulas, and it was started by a group of, Black men. There you go. There was a Black man whose partner was pregnant with twins, and it ended up being a complex birth, and both babies died. And he was like, I felt wholly unprepared to support my partner through any part of that process. So he partnered with a group of Black women that were giving doula education, and they formed this thing called Dads to Doulas. And that could save people's lives. We know that Black women and Latina women have a maternal mortality rate much higher than white women. That's one of the reasons this program was started. Dads to Doulas could save lives, and I'm a very big proponent of it.
We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, that I was reading articles from like my sister is actually a doula early in life before she became a crazed evangelical Christian. But that's another story. But yeah, what we talked about was how, Black women are 3 times more likely to unalive in childbirth than white women, right? The maternal mortality rate is much higher. And I was reading articles from a Black advocate for Black women giving birth who's literally training Black women to say, your ability to survive childbirth is dependent on your ability to convince people that you're dying. You know, like if something it doesn't feel right, you have to scream for your life. If you can't convince somebody that something is wrong, you will not make it. And that's why this is so cool, actually, to me. This is because this is what we need, right? Like women shouldn't be alone. Black women already, because of misogynoir in medicine, right? Unconscious bias, more likely to not make it through childbirth, but then to have their partner should be educated on, hey, this is not only risky for all women, but this is 3 times more risky for your partner. And if you don't get the education that you need, your partner could not make it. Your unborn child could not make it. So educate yourself and be an advocate, right? Like I say, you're the CEO of your own health. Don't count on people in that hospital to help you make it out. Like educate yourself and do everything you can to survive, which is the saddest place we are in America, but that's reality.
We're also addressing the gender credibility gap with this because we know that if a woman says it, we're less likely to believe it, right? Even if she's an expert, even if she's got a doctorate degree, even if you're an expert on your own body and what's going on in your birthing process, doctors will not believe you. Dads to doulas, empowering dads saying, wait, I know this. I see this. I was taught this in my class. Postpartum hemorrhage is one of the leading causes of pregnancy, and my wife appears to be hemorrhaging. That closes the gender credibility gap. We know we are less likely to believe women, but when your male partner stands up and says, she's fucking dying, she's bleeding, do something, they're a lot less likely to ignore him.
That happened to my sister.
Both. Like, I'm glad that it's addressing that, but also it's fucking infuriating that it has to take that.
Definitely.
Danielle,
yeah, Bandit, you were saying, go ahead.
Another part of the community that is treated horrifically. Unironically, I became a house mom for a women's treatment center in Salt Lake City, and we had to transport one of our pregnant moms to the hospital, and they kept her shackled to the bed while she was in labor. Yeah,
that happens very often. People in this country would be absolutely shocked how many women give birth shackled to a bed.
I could not stop bawling, and my boss, as an actual therapist, told me that if I'm going to be in this industry that I needed to toughen up. So my whole life I've been told I need to toughen up, but I also witnessed my sister's hemorrhaging and the doctor's arm inside of her up to his elbow, scraping her uterus with a comb-like thing. And so there's so much trauma surrounding birth, pregnancy, and labor that I feel like there's something wrong with me. I just want to feel like I'm normal because all these things are so abnormal, seem so abnormal. Like, it's just not okay. And saying you have to shackle this woman because she's a flight risk is absurdity to me. She's a felon. Okay, she's a felon. Well, I doubt she's going to jump off the fucking bed and run with her baby hanging out. Like, it's sickening. Our country is sickening.
Went over pregnancy as a crime. Like, this is a study we were going, I think like 2 weeks ago, we were going over this study called Pregnancy as a Crime. And yeah, you would be surprised. I mean, just around being pregnant, how you are now easily, I mean, that's what that Mississippi House bill we were going over, exposes people to as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised. I was in the hospital. I can remember going to get a colonoscopy and being wheeled down there and noticing that there were lines of women shackled to beds and asking like, what is going on? And they were like, oh, this is what we do like once a week, like women, we bring women in who need medical procedures, from prisons. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, but yeah, I think it is very common. And yeah, I could go on about more things I saw, but I won't. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It is traumatic. Pregnancy is traumatic. Medical procedures around it are traumatic. Treating women as criminals while pregnant is traumatic. It is all traumatic.
Yeah. I have to log off, y'all, because I have a meeting that I have to get to.
I was going to say, it's 3:00. We're ending. I followed you. Bandit, it was so nice to meet you. I followed you as well. So hopefully you'll come back regardless of what happens to TikTok. We will be doing this. I said this earlier. Hop off if you have to, Danielle, and I can close it out. But we'll be doing this on YouTube regardless. A Girl Has No Name, same place. We'll be doing this next week, same time, Tuesday. We do the broadcast, 10 a.m. Pacific time. 1 p.m. Eastern time, and we discuss how conservative policies are hurting women in America. So we appreciate you all being here and for the support, and thank you for sharing with us, because this is why we're here.
Me speak. I feel a weight lifted that I could actually speak to a panel of women that actually somewhat understand what it's like. Whether you've been pregnant, had an AB, a full term, it's the same emotion. It's the same feeling we've all felt. And it's just, I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
It's trauma. I could not agree more. And being in Utah and Idaho while being pregnant is trauma too. I think that's a unique type of trauma that only a few people will ever experience, where you're supposed to keep a smile on your face the whole time and never have a problem. And and your ability to go to heaven is dependent on that. So thank you for sharing with us. You've touched us all. I think I'm going to go cry in the bottom of a shower for a while, but this is why we're all doing this, is so women can feel seen and heard. So, Mandy,
before we end, Bandit, thank you so much. You were super brave. We greatly appreciate you sharing. For you and for everybody else, if you want sources, if you want the web pages and the links to the information that was discussed today, send a message to Felice at FeliceNavi.live to get a link to the Discord. You can send a message to me. I'll send you one. We'll get you one. We will start having mental health discussions and not group therapy sessions, because we're not therapists, so we can't call them that, but you know what I mean. Sessions, helpful sessions in the Discord at some point soon, because we're all going through things, especially as women. Our male advocates, y'all can absolutely join too, but we will be having more chats like that in the Discord as well. There's amazing information. It's a fantastic community. If you want a link to it, go ahead. Send a message to FeliceNavi.live, or you can send one to me or any of the mods in the chat, and we'll get you information and get you in the Discord. Once again, Bandit,
will you send me or I can DM you? Thank you, Joanna.
You're welcome. We appreciate you sharing. It's difficult to open up, but like Felice said, that's exactly what this space was created for the shame and everything associated with that type of trauma to be released, for those shackles to be dropped, for you to feel like you have community in the space to air how you're feeling and not get ridiculed for it.
Exactly. And I'll send you a link, Bandit. Hey, Matt, I saw you in the request. I just wanted to make sure that if you had something you wanted to add, did you request on purpose?
I did, yeah. But I don't want to keep you. So if you're ending the live, then, I can.
And I'm going to drop down just because I do have to go, but I will see you all somewhere next week. And
somewhere, hopefully here.
I love you all. So.
Love you.
Thank you, Mandy. Love you.
You're amazing. What's going on, Matt? I always have time for you. You're the best.
I appreciate you. First of all, thank you for this Dad's to Doulas thing right here. I'd never heard of it. So I'm going to look into that, because that's dope as fuck. But I want to just kind of speak as an advocate for my wife, who she just had a hysterectomy on Thursday. And so, full thing. Now, my wife, we have 3 children of our own, and all 3 of our kids were C-section babies. Our oldest was an emergency C-section, and then our middle child and our youngest were planned. For her first C-section, and this is where I'm going to tie everything to the hysterectomy and how important it is to listen to women when they talk about what's going on with their bodies. The first C-section that my wife had, the doctor botched it up horribly, horribly botched it up. When I tell you that there was tons and tons of scar tissue, that the doctors that she went to for her second and third C-sections would like remove some of it and it would just keep coming back because the first doctor just royally fucked it up. My wife, for the past 6 years now, has been on a perpetual period for almost every day. Period cramps, bleeding, the works. You know, the hormonal imbalances, the whole thing. And she could never figure out why it was happening, right? It was one of those things where just like, why was she constantly having a period? Like her iron was low. She actually took some genetic blood testing a couple of weeks ago and they were like, you're anemic. And she's like, am I anemic or have I just been on a perpetual period for 7 years? Right. You know, and so her OBGYN here is fantastic. His name is Dr. Mahajan. He is fantastic. He was a huge advocate for her and pushed to get what she wanted done for her body, which was fantastic. And we were so lucky to have that because we know that that is the exception, not the norm when it comes to women's health care in this country. But what he said was, after she had the surgery, he came in and was talking with me while she was still in the ICU coming out of anesthesia and said that he thinks she was in the amount of pain that she was in after her first C-section all the way up until last Thursday was because when the first doctor kind of stitched everything back up, he had literally stitched her uterine wall to her stomach. And so it was like fusing together in there, which was causing her this just massive amounts of pain and discomfort that was making her, probably the reason why she was just in a perpetual fucking period for the past 7 years.
Oh, she wasn't just complaining because women can't handle
shocking,
pain.
Right?
Oh,
she wasn't just hysterical.
I thought women were just hysterical because their uteruses are wandering around our bodies. Right. Yeah. Okay. So she was not just a hysterical woman who has no pain tolerance.
It's weird when you just listen to women because they know their bodies, right? It's weird when you fucking do that. And when you get a doctor that does that, hold on to them because they are not the norm. Unfortunately, it's getting better from what I understand, but it is not where it needs to be. So this idea, and I heard the same thing about, when the doctors were talking to us about C-sections, it was like, C-sections are totally fine. You're going to bounce back up onto your feet and everything's going to be hunky dory and there's no issues whatsoever. My oldest daughter is 18 years old. She was the one that had to have the emergency surgery. So my wife's organs have been fusing to other organs inside her body for the past 18 years because of the C-section that she had to have. So as a man, coming into this space graciously and humbly, because I am not an expert on any of this. I'm just going from what my wife has advocated to me. And for whatever reason, people want to listen to me advocate for it. So I'm going to keep doing it. But do not ever think that a C-section is your only option and that it is 100% safe and there can be nothing that will go wrong. It is major abdominal surgery and it is a lot of pain and work and discomfort for a long time after. And if you are one of those people that doesn't have the support system around you to be able to do that, like I was more than willing to stand there and help my wife go to the bathroom and bathe her and everything while she was recovering from her C-sections and doing the baby duties and all of that. But I know a lot of women don't have that. And so I'm making an appeal to the men that may be in this chat right now or listening to this. Educate yourself on what it means to have a C-section. It is not just, a simple procedure like suturing up a cut that you got from falling off your bike. All right. This is major abdominal surgery, and men need to be able to support, or spouses in general, not just men, spouses in general just need to support their spouse who is going through the recovery of that, because it is not easy. And when complications occur is when they don't have the support to heal properly and recover on their time and their pace. So that's all that I wanted to come up and just advocate for men to really start looking into the fact that, women pregnancy is traumatic on a woman's body. It is traumatic. And if you are the reason that they're pregnant because you are, then you need to keep that in mind when it comes to supporting that person that you're having a child with moving forward, because it may be a week of recovery. It may be 18 fucking years, like my wife had to go through.
Don't make me cry. Well, that is so well said. And just because you're a male voice, like Dr. Dani was describing, like, unfortunately in our society, it lends more credence, or males at least are more likely to listen. Like, there's
Right.
studies done, because I have a lower register voice. Men are more likely to listen to me. Like, that is the reality of our society. Like, women are screaming to be heard. And yes, we need male advocates to say, hey, I've experienced with this. And cutting through a woman's abdominal wall and then asking her, why can't you breastfeed on no sleep and take care of your baby alone?
And here's the thing:
feed yourself and clothe yourself and
she
smile.
wanted to breastfeed and whatnot, right? Well, if you're going to breastfeed, you can't have any narcotics in your body for painkillers, right? So not only did she have to have an emergency C-section that was completely botched, but then the only thing that she could take for pain relief in her recovery was Motrin. That was it. She wasn't allowed anything stronger to help alleviate the pain because she wanted to breastfeed. She wanted to breastfeed.
Men
and so for the first 3 weeks,
real veterans.
I swear to God, listen, I've had kidney stones, right? And that is pain enough. I have absolutely no idea what it would feel like to have my abdominal wall cut open, something physically removed from it, stitched back up, and then given Motrin and being told, good luck. There is no fucking way I could handle that. None. So I really think it's important for men specifically, especially male doctors, to stop using your white coat as justification for your misogyny and move into the mindset that your female patients probably know their body better than you do. No matter how many degrees or trainings or anything that you had, if they say there's something wrong with their body, 9 times out of 10, there's something fucking wrong. And you should explore that and help them figure it out and not just write them off as, like Felice said, hysterical women.
Uteruses are wandering around. It does make us hysterical. You know that I love you and I appreciate your weekly motivational texts. And I think you have a lot to say about a lot of things. And as a vet, especially, right? Like I think we need to start drawing this parallel is women surviving birth, not just once, but multiple times. And like Dr. Dani talks about the morbidities that they suffer for a lifetime. Like you said, your wife has been suffering for 18 years as a result of her first birth, which was never corrected. And then just told, women have been giving birth for hundreds of years. Everything's fine. Just smile. Everything's going to be great. And it's not great.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's why it's important not only for men to be in these spaces listening, but not just listening, learn. Right? Learn from the shared experience of the women in your lives and then use your privilege as a man to advocate for the people that are important in your life. That is the biggest thing. For whatever reason, not for whatever reason. We know what the reason is, because this is how society has been operating for hundreds of thousands of years, is that we are a very patriarchal fucking society, right? Most of societies focus heavily on the opinions and thoughts of men. And it really needs to start shifting to where we are not only equal in our time in the education sphere, but that men are using what we already have to lift up the voices of those who have been pushed down for so long. And so, that's why, it's so, if there are any men in here, any men that are watching this, when someone in your life who identifies as a woman tells you that there is something wrong, fucking believe them. Just believe them. It is the easiest fucking thing in the world to do, is to say, how can I help you? What do you need from me? Don't try to fix it. Don't be a problem solver. Ask, because again, I don't know what you need. I don't know what I can do. So I'm going to ask you, what do you need in the realm of support from me so that you can get better? And that's literally the easiest thing in the world to do for a man or a spouse, supporting their significant other, is literally just to say, what do you need from me to support you? That's it. That's it.
God, Matt, preach. I could not say it more. And also, I just want to say, like, when you went into combat, right, weren't you paid extra? I also just, like, what, if you could just, because I just want to draw this parallel while I have you, because you're a veteran yourself, and women, like what women go through, the trauma of labor. And like I'm someone who's been diagnosed with PTSD. I think you have been as well. Your wife has suffered for 18 years as a result of her first labor. Right. And that was valued in capitalism at $0.
100%. Yes, exactly. And, there was, and that goes back to women have been doing this for hundreds of years, so you're probably fine, right? For hundreds of thousands of years, so you're probably fine, right?
Doing this thing that no one else can do, and not like Dani says, we're not carrying a baby, we're not incubators, we are building a baby inside of us from nothing, from our own
supporting
tissues.
A leech.
Yeah, and we're growing a parasite inside of us who is leeching off of us and our life force, and that is value, and then is going to rip out of our bodies and damage us, never to be the same again. And we know in patriarchal society, you've had a baby, you're no longer attractive. There's a gap in your resume where you weren't working, you're no longer valuable to us in the workforce. All of these things equal that what is that valued at for women giving birth in America? Nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. And that all goes back to how we need to have this just very quick paradigm shift in the way that men handle these situations and the way that we engage with these situations. And when I say handle these situations, I mean listening to you explain what the issue is and then using my privilege to handle business on your behalf or as an accomplice to you. I'm not an ally, I'm an accomplice. Right? Ally is such a stupid fucking word because I don't provide anything to you, right? Like an ally infers that there is some mutual benefit between us teaming up here. And there's not, right? I am a white man in the United States of America. There are very few things against me in this country. Very few things against me in this fucking world. To begin with, right? So an ally has that this is not an allyship. I refuse to be an ally, but I will be an accomplice all day, every day. All day, every day. And that's where we need to start getting into that mindset where I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it with you type of thing, right? I'm here to provide what privilege I have and what voice I can muster to lift up your experience and lift up your concerns and your desires and your needs and wants and cares. And that's what all men should be looking to do right now. And it is not, I know there's a bunch of people that are gonna be like, oh, that's fucking beta male bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Fuck off, dude. All right. The strongest thing in the world to do is put somebody on your shoulders and carry them across the finish line. That is the strongest thing in the world that you can do for somebody else. And if I can lift up somebody else to help them move to a better life, not just for themselves, but for everybody of their persuasion, then that's what I'm going to do. And I feel like we just need more men willing to do that.
You better preach, Matt. And we appreciate you being an accomplice and an advocate. Like, the work that you do, like, just from the lives of yours that I've seen, you're fantastic. Absolutely wishing all the good energy and healing vibes on your wife.
Thank you.
Because that's insane. Like, I had my daughter 17 years ago. I can't imagine suffering through that for all this time and then having doctors be like, oh, well, yeah, it was probably this. Oh, yeah, you're just anemic. Yeah, no shit. I've been bleeding extra for the time that it takes for a little human to become a technical adult. Of course, I'm anemic. I have no iron. I have no nutrients. And there's a reason for that. So we greatly appreciate you so much.
Yeah. No, and it's, you know, it's like I said, it is the easiest thing in the world to do, to just sit back, listen, learn, and then advocate. It is the easiest fucking thing in the world to do. It takes no fucking effort or education whatsoever. You just have to be willing to do it. That's it.
You have to come be my co-host on the People's Receipts sometime, because I love your opinions. You have a lot of them. And also back on here, like I do, that's something I've been talking to Facts Still Matter. Like, we need more male advocates like this to be here on the broadcast, speaking, you know, doing exactly what you just did. So you don't know what this means to me. It means a lot. And I want to talk about how we can work together. And my question to you is, like, we hope it doesn't, and I think probably a sale will just be forced. But if TikTok goes away, how can people find you? Like, where would you like people to follow you?
So right now I'm setting up accounts literally everywhere. So I went over to the Little Red Book app that everybody is going over to. I've got one there. I've got one on Favorited, and what's the other one? There's YouTube and Blue Sky, and it's all just USMC Angry Veteran everywhere. So yeah, and wherever we all finally wind up, that's where, if you want to follow me a little bit more closely, I do have a website also, usmcangryveteran.com. Where we've got message boards and merch and stuff there. So, you know, you can get things a little more up to date there if you want. But hopefully this app doesn't go anywhere and we can just continue on. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I think it will, but I think it's worth. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joanna.
No, it was a little funny thing. Did you get a response from RFK after that job application?
You know, surprisingly, he has not responded yet.
Tell everyone what you guys are talking about, just so everyone.
So about, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, I have a hand puppet whose name is Nigel Puppington III of Essex. And we went through and filled out the Department of HHS questionnaire for employment as Nigel Puppington III of Essex, and filled out the whole thing. They said it was going to take like 90 minutes to do it. We did it in like 25 minutes. We submitted the whole thing, and I still haven't heard back yet. So I'm sure they're getting around to it.
You're overqualified. We are all now overqualified to be in the cabinet of the White House. I don't know why none of us are getting responses to our job requests. I have personally messaged RFK. I don't know why he's not responding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Erica corrected me. He's from Berkshire. I'm sorry.
He's from Berkshire.
Sorry.
I mean, another correction is Sir Nigel.
That's right. Yes. Sir Nigel Puppington III.
He was knighted by the Queen before her untimely passing.
I forgot. He has so many titles now. But
this is my official invitation for us to figure out how we work together in the future, because I love your brain. And you have a lot to say. I have a lot to say. We can yell over each other.
Absolutely. I mean, you got my number, so you just hit me up and let me know when you want me to come on, and we'll set it up.
We're going to figure this out for sure. I will be contacting you. Thank you so much, Matt.
No, I appreciate everything that you do, my friend. And Joanna, it's so lovely to meet you and talk with you up here too. And I wish everybody the best of luck. I just love all of you.
Exactly. That's the only thing we can do in America now is just wish everyone the best.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Thoughts and prayers.
Tots and pears,
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fine. Probably not, but fare thee well, everyone.
That's right.
Bye, Matt. Don't
Bye,
change
friends.
for anyone, not even a court order.
Never. Love you guys.
Bye. Anyway, God, I love Matt, and I will be figuring out how to work with him in the future. I had no idea he was that passionate about. If I had known, I would have had him screaming about this shit a long time ago. And also, facts still matter. I know he is an accomplice who would love to be on the broadcast and advocate and activate men. So I think in the future, we will definitely make that a part of this and figure that out. I know. I love Matt. I already know. You guys don't need to tell me. He's amazing. Yeah. W green flag men. There are so few. We've identified 2 so far. If anyone knows any more, let me know. We've got 2 green flag men that I know of. Like, let's everyone keep on the lookout and report back. But yes, I know. I love Matt. Absolutely. He's amazing. I married one. Well, good for you. That makes one of us. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not married.
Yeah, definitely one of us, because my ex-husband was a piece of shit. We appreciate y'all for getting us up to 306,000 likes, even though it could have been more, should have been more. But shoulda, coulda, wouldas, yeah. Thank you guys for tapping and being active in the chat. Today has been super informative and phenomenal as per usual. We've gotten our nice little group therapy session in. We all feel better. Felice is going to cry in the shower. I'm going to cry over my food after I take my dog for a walk.
I could binge eat in the shower, the bottom of the shower while crying. I would do that.
Why hasn't anybody thought of that yet?
We got to protect the food from the shower water. I don't know. I think I should develop some sort of system in order to binge eat in the bottom of the shower, because I do think that would, and watch my iPad and watch reality TV all at once.
Multitasking.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I really need to figure out how to do. I think I have ideas forming right now. But yeah, so I think later Pickles and I maybe, if he's still up for it, debating later tonight. I'll let you guys know in the Discord. We are going to be doing more stuff in the Discord. I think just be sensitive to creators on TikTok right now. I think I can speak for the creators I've spoken to, like, building something and it becoming your livelihood or part of your livelihood, part of the way you make money, part of the way you connect with people. And then to face literally in days, it's going to all be taken away, I think is affecting people deep down to their souls. So shower nachos. Thank you, Rachel. That is the next. Shower nachos is a great idea. I don't think we could have the microwave near the shower, though, so we'll have to think on that. Definitely. Shower nachos sounds amazing. Shower Snicker. I love Snicker. Yeah, exactly. Less heated foods, more binging things that we won't be electrocuted while making. No, but yeah. So I think later tonight I'll probably be debating with Pickles. I'll let you guys know as long as I'm not too tired. This has been quite an emotional day, but I love the broadcast. It's the least people come to this show, but it is the rewards that come from it, from me, personally, emotionally, feeling seen and heard. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So thank you guys so much for sharing your stories and being present and being part of this. Any last words, Joanna?
know, everybody, like I said earlier, if you haven't subscribed to Felice on YouTube so that you can rewatch these and cry all over again, because we all need a good cry sometimes, right? All the past episodes of the broadcast and the People's Receipts can be found on the YouTube channel. It's at A Girl Has No Name. If you want more information, if you want to connect with us more, especially because you don't know what's going to happen with this little appy app, make sure that you get a link to the Discord. I've had a few people DM me. I've sent some out today. Make sure that you get that so that you can stay connected with everybody, because we love the little community that we've built here and we're excited for it to keep growing because it's very much so needed. So make sure that you're getting in the Discord. Make sure that you're subscribed on YouTube so that you can catch the replays. Love y'all. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, the broadcast is every Tuesday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern, when Dr. Dani has a break in her real job to join us. So we do this on Tuesdays. Every other day of the work week, we do the People's Receipts. That's from 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. It's I don't know if you want to say fun. It's depressing too, but you should come join that. Like, that's where we have a bigger audience, and it's more focusing on showing the receipts of the, Republicans constantly lying and acting a fool in politics. Tomorrow we will be covering, I know, I was watching it before this live started, the Pete Hegseth confirmation hearing and all the other ridiculous shit that's going on today in politics. We will cover tomorrow starting at 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern on the People's Receipts. So we'll see you guys then. I know I only watched the first 30 minutes and I was in shock, Lori. So we will check it out together tomorrow, and we will laugh hysterically so we do not cry at what America is becoming. I will see you guys tomorrow. Later, Gators.
Bye.
تأكد من إضافتك للستة. عندك 2 4 ستات، كل شخص على الجهاز غاطع اسمه، في جنب اسمه إشارة الزائد، دوس عليها اخفيها بسرعة بسرعة يا الربع. كفو منك يا أبشادي، شد لك حود يا أبشادي، شد لك حود ونام على الجهاز، قول يا رب. اسحبوا لي أبشادي، هات لنشوف. أبشادي يا أبشادي، وينك يا أبشادي؟